Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please don't forget to hit that like, thumbs up, whatever you have there. Subscribe. All that other fun stuff. Share if you find my content enjoyable. I know some people do. Hi, Scott. Um, if you would find an epiphany, an emotional explosion in your mind, creativity, something new to explore, a new book, a new author, new artwork to tackle. Please consider supporting my work. You can find Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all those links are down there. That helps me out. Keep my bills, keep me fed, keep Freya going, because goodness sakes, after Odin's passing, yikes. Check out my website, allykatcreations211.com, where you can see my art portfolio, the pyramids, the skulls, business card holders, paintings, all kinds of drawings. I do pencil drawings. I have to get one of Odin. That might be my next paint and sip. Memberships, another fantastic way to support the channel. It's very cheap. Is a 3D, because we're still in 3D, membership to my channel that supports the channel and the said bills. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Roger. Hi, everybody. Uh, got some craft and sip things I got to get done today. My school community is putting on a vendor event in March. And it's $20, which I can afford that. I get paid on Friday. Maybe. We'll see if it's a full check. That's going to the rest of the bills. But I have to get a 8x8 table and a chair for myself. But yes, I get to do a vending event. So a lot of this stuff is going to be sold at the event. Hi, Christina. So I'm just gonna sit here and get some of this done for that event. Really excited. It's in the end of March, but my school community is doing a vending event, and I think I got accepted to do it because I paid for it and they didn't reject me. Go logo. Hi, El Sunray. Miss Leah. I got my beautiful, much needed coffee here. I got my coffee here. Um, as I got home a little on the late side the other day. I had to go to the post office and run an errand or two, and no one had what I needed. These stores are getting bananas, and it's not food item stuff. Um, I was supposed to go to said thus T-Mobile because my area, they don't have, like, there's Verizon, but Comcast is like king here, like Xfinity, and I need to get another internet. And T-Mobile, I've been getting good reviews on it. I use that as my carrier, so I have to go down there and check out what goes on. Because this internet bill is not okay. Um, oh, I could sleep with coffee in me. Coffee soothes me. I need a venti caramel macchiato. I need espresso. Um, I have my water over here as well, but I'm tired. The kids were wacky today. Wacky. As always. Let's go check the energy from the shoot. I didn't even seriously, guys, I got home. I made myself something to eat. Little Thor came for a snack, so I got some video of him. Um, eating his snack. I had to give Freya her birthday snack. My friend Katie sent me some treats for her. So she's been super excited. I probably have a cold. So I've been all over the place. In the background playing, I was listening to Brian Scott read Thymus, which is an Ascended Master that Daniel Scranton channels. I have to get in touch with this Daniel Scranton guy. Because, and I've actually written this multiple times on Brian Scott's channel, like everything that these people are saying, I'm saying. And that's not coming from an ego place. That's like, what am I channeling from? Because I can tell you what, if they're saying what I'm saying, I feel like Yeshua in the middle of the damn desert with disciples of people that like, oh yeah, you make sense. Yeah, that's how I feel right now sometimes. Um, yeah, I gotta take the stupid watch off. Okay, so these kids, the kids in my class, they think this is like an Apple Watch that they can just go on it, and then they find out that it's not. It's just a $10 cheapo Walmart watch. I'm channeling. So I'll give you guys a funny. I don't know if I said this story. Um, I honestly don't remember if I did or didn't. So how I figured out I was channeling. Um, I was in my second year of being a paraprofessional, and I was sitting in the lunchroom, and I didn't stop talking, which is very, at the time, unlike me. I usually I'm more of I'm a person that likes to sit back and people observe. I observe humans. I don't really interact. I don't talk. I just sit and I relax and I people watch. Love doing that. Because I find really interesting things when I watch people do their thing without judgment. It's just watching. So I never really spoke. And then one day, my soul sister Katie, I love my Katie. She's like, Allison, I don't want to be rude, but you didn't let anybody talk and lunch is over. What the hell's going on? I took a deep breath and I'm like, I don't really even recall that I was speaking, Katie. I apologize, like, because you know that's not me. And she goes, no, I know that's out of left field for you. I'm like, did I say anything like good? I really honestly can't remember. She goes, yeah, you gave some amazing advice, but you didn't let anybody have a word in. I contacted the medium that passed away recently. And I'm like, listen, I just need a confirmation. I can't afford to pay for your services, but as a friend, could you just give me some insight? What was that? He goes, honey, you're channeling. Something other than yourself was coming through you, not that you left. Something was coming through you. Okay. So from that point on, I got a whole section of channeling books in that area down there. And I started reading and I started realizing that when I'm channeling, I have different vibratory states that I feel that come within. That's why sometimes I point up, I know it's something coming in, delivering a message. And all of us are channels. All of you in there are channels. Um, I never really had somebody who steered me in the right direction. The once he told me this and I was able to afford, and he wasn't that expensive. Don't like he was an honest medium, like freaking ridiculously gifted. He was charging 175 for an hour, which was well worth the money. And for me, he used to go over for like 2 hours if he didn't have another client. Because he here's the thing, I challenged his guides. The very first meeting I went to, I had an inkling I had to go to this metaphysical store that just opened up on Staten Island. I had an itch, I had to go. Like, universe is like, kick my ass. Hi, deplorable. Like, my medium, like, my spirit guides upstairs kicked me so hard, I had to go. So I went. There was $60 hour medium readings. And I'm like, this is unheard of. I can't, what? Well, I'm going. And that's how I met the medium that recently passed away. His name was Bernard. He was freaking amazing. He sat down in his room and he was so overwhelmed by my energy. He had to like leave to go ground outside and come back in. And I'm like, are you okay? I know I'm a big energy ball. I tried grounding and saging and I just had to come here. He told me about the 130 something guides that are constantly working with me, not the ones that fade in or out. He's like, your aura is of the cosmos. Holy crap. Holy shit. And I said, okay, can I come back to you to talk about my guides? But like I at the time wanted to know about my birth mother. I never spoke to anybody about my birth mother, and I wanted to hear about her and see if my dad's, how my dad is doing. And as we did that, he's like, no, your guides are breaking through. So what happened? Sorry, I'm not reading chat. Oh, deplorable. Deplorable, I'm going to send you some strength and healing energy your way. I love beagles. I don't know if you could feel that, Wendy, but I am sending you energetic love and light. Know that your beagle is going to be human. And just like Odin, I'm still like, what the hell? Just know that everything's going to be okay. It sucks more for us because we miss their physical presence. We want their love and warmth. But if you're open enough to getting another animal in the future, I'm sure your beagle is going to guide another animal to you. And I say animal because it doesn't necessarily always mean to be the same species that departed. I know we all have a particular thing that we like. Like, I love dogs too. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big pit bull fan. Love pit bulls. I love pit bulls. I love pugs. They're ugly, but they're cute. And I just can't have dogs in my house. It's just the factor of all the artwork. It's the factor of like being home enough to walk the damn thing. Like I don't have, and I am not one to let a dog out in the backyard. I have a huge backyard. No. So, all good, deplorable. Oh, Your beagle's fine. Your beagle's reuniting. You're with you upstairs. You're already up there. Don't worry. And okay, so some animals take a little bit longer than others, but usually between 2 to 3 months to 6 months to a year. It depends on the animal and their personality. They will send you signs that they're around. The same goes with the human. Human transcends all his energy. Remember that. We're all energy. We transcend. If you ask your animal, you're entangled to the animal because that you have a little portion of you in that animal. Ask them to show you that they're here and they're going to be happy. And I might pull some cards for you later. I love pit bulls. Every one of my exes had pit bulls, and I love them more than them. I love the dogs more than I loved the guys. Oh, that's awesome, deplorable. That makes me feel better. I know there's a few people that reach out to me about animals. I sometimes can tune into them. Um, Sometimes I can't. Uh, Sometimes animals take a while to give you, or you're not perceptive of the signs. So if you're very highly advanced and opened and, notice things, they're there. Um, so the last time I got to speak to him was when Ethan passed away. And when Ethan passed away, he's like, this cat's hysterical. I'm like, well, this cat hid in a closet and we thought he was gay. Not in a bad way. But he was very reclusive. He didn't like people. He didn't like to be out, and he only cuddled with me and sometimes with my mom when she was alive. But he's a really funny cat, and he's has a great disposition, and he came lighting up the ghost balls. I had that on a short. And he's gonna be human, so I'm really excited about that. I'm hoping I called Morgan and Ethan in to grab Odin for me because Odin was very new to my energy field. I'm glad, deplorable. I think everybody here is too. Because seriously, oh, I saw some goodies today before I get into getting messy. Jeez, Louise, Louise. I saw some stuff. Hang on. Be a free thinker. Don't accept anything you hear as truth. Be critical and evaluate what you believe in. Aristotle. I'm in my work outfit, so don't mind me. Aristotle. Where did my Aristotle go? Be a free thinker and don't accept anything you hear as truth. Be critical and evaluate what you believe in. I read this in college. I love spirit. Quote, for it is only the region of what is sensible round about ourselves that is continually in process of destruction and generation. But this is, so to speak, not even a small part of the whole, so that it would have been more just to acquit the small bit because of the whole than to condemn the whole because of the whole than to condemn the whole because of this small bit. Then, too, we may well be surprised that they rise and raise the question whether bodies are as large and colors are of the same shade as they appear to people at a distance, or whether they are seen closer at hand as they appear to be healthy or to the ill, and whether those things are heavy, which appear so to the weak, or to the strong, and whether those things are true, which appear so in our sleep as or to us awake. That is metaphysics. The things you can't perceive yet still exist, but also the things that we perceive with our own two eyes that may appear differently to other people because we create our own reality. And metaphysics, I took a course in metaphysics. It fucks with your head. It really does, in a good way. It expanded my thinking. And I went to a very, very liberal art school. But being an artist, you have to learn how to have an open mind. You have to learn to look into the deepest aspects of things because that fucking asshole painting that has a stupid dot of paint on it worth $2 million has some significant metaphysical philosophic reasoning for it. Bullshit. I don't think I ever became famous for that one reason because I can't bullshit my artwork. I'm very, very critical about my artwork. And I can tell you, like, I'm not a happy fan about this, but I think it's cute. And I think most people could do this. Like, this is from the paint and sip. I think people can do this. This is not something that's out of I'm not doing a face. I'm not doing one of my drawings. That takes skill. And not to say that doesn't take skill. That absolutely does take skill, but different type of skill. Um, Consciousness can fit into any definition of reality. Reality can fit into any definition of consciousness. Oh, I listened to something the other day. I posted it on Facebook. It had to do with your DNA, but how every because I'm getting a lot of starseed inquiries. Hi, Auntie Amy. Hello, hello. Oh, I'm getting buzzing in my ear, so something's here. Um, okay, hang on. See, I'm losing. You see, you guys that watch me from the beginning, When I mumble on and jump, that's spirit channeling me. Just an FYI. So your two-strand DNA, as we are upgrading on an etheric level, not in the human form. The human form is now starting to open up more of the DNA within us. Okay? Hear me out. Not to the depth that other people are speaking, in my opinion and estimation. What's really happening is within your soul etherical DNA, because it's tethered to your body. It's entangled, right? Think of the yo-yo. You're entangled. Hi, Ashmaya. Your soul's memories are in your DNA. Your fractals of information is stored within your DNA. And as we are moving up in consciousness, as the light is coming in, we're seeing a lot, like we're seeing the animals. Deplorable and myself just lost animals this week. Well, last week. This week. It is not okay, but last 2 months, I had like at least 5 people pass that I know from high school. Their DNA isn't able to open up to receive the encodings to upgrade. Okay. And as that's with anybody that isn't around you, the energy coming in is, and it's going to continuously come in at speed, and it's going to hit you like a bitch. I said it on my video yesterday, like I feel like I'm always continuously sick, but that's me purging out crap in my old vehicle, in this vehicle. Like I'm realizing that, like, yeah, I'm around kids that are like in front of me all day. I'm washing my hands and keeping a distance. I'm taking my supplements, but like this stuff that I'm going through right now, it's a purge. And it hits us differently. Some of us, it hits our tummies. I've had that. Some of us, we're getting the ear buzzing and we're upgrading. Some people cannot handle it in their vehicles, which is why we have to have compassion and grace for those who chose this paradigm. This paradigm is a way for many of people to leave. Okay? It's not to be judged. It's not to be like, well, you took that. You're going to die now. You're going to get cancer. You're going to blah, 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 blah. Why are you doing that? That's not an adult thing to do, and it's not mature. And who are you to judge somebody's choice? We had our own choices. Let them judge. They're not, they know not. For they're on a lower level of consciousness. If you asked yourself today and woke up, how would you like to be treated today by other selves? I think most of us would say with love, light, compassion, grace, understanding, open-mindedness. You would want to be greeted by other people with love and humility. Did you wake up thinking that, oh my God, that person did this, they're horrible people, they're gonna X, Y, and Z, and blah, 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 blah. Do you think that's okay? I don't want to wake up and even have that rent space in my head. It's not important to me because those people made a choice, not my judgment to make. Not my body, not my choice. Don't care. If that is what made you happy in the moment that you chose to do that, that's because A, it's divinely orchestrated by them, B, it's a soul contract, and C, they might be on their way out. And even if there are people who have taken it, they took it because they needed to live and survive. For me, it was an absolute no. But I think if I did take it, like I did a 23andMe test, I would have been fine. Hi, Thomas. So, Thomas, I'm like the empath, right? So I feel the people. I feel intentions. I get it. There are only a very choice few people, right? People who can read intentions that can actually put themselves in their other self to feel, walk, apply, and integrate another person's feelings. You'll never know how someone actually feels because you're not in their skin. So therefore, you should never judge. It's okay to have critical opinions with certain things, critiques. It's okay to have adverse opinions or to have an emotional ding about somebody. Not saying that. Um, all decisions that we make are orchestrated and planned by us. If you go listen to Brian Scott, listening to Thymus today, Thymus says the same thing. You chose your catalyst. You chose the people that you're going to embark on certain things in your life. You chose this. So you're the only one that you can judge yourself. But it's more about the experience that you have. You might have, I asked my ex to break me into a million pieces, not this, not Viking. Somebody I had in my life 13 years ago, 14 now. I asked him to break me into a million pieces because that's what my soul and his soul decided that I needed this to propel me in a different on a different path of self-discovery, self-love, and acknowledgement that I need to take my power back. I threw my power to him. And now all these years later, we can talk and have a conversation, and he misses me dearly because he's like, I didn't even know what you were at the time, and now I know what you are. But we needed to we needed to be in each other's lives for a lesson, and both of us got extremes in lessons. That put me in a hermit zone for a long time. 13 years is a long time in my young youth to be sitting there and contemplating and introspecting, but I needed the growth. Um, if you have mastered yourself, which I'm not even there yet, there's a difference between making an observation on another person and then being a judge of that person. Like I can observe like a lot of things that people can do better with themselves with, and I like to bring those out, but not in a way where I'm sitting there and being like, well, this is how you should run your life because I run my life this way. No, this is how I am, you should be like me. No. Or you're Catholic, you're Jewish, you're evil. That's why anytime I hear any kind of hate or read it about Jewish people, and yes, there's a lot of negative polarized people that happen to be in that race for experience purposes only. And they've done some not okay things in this world, and I'm all for that understanding, but not all of them are evil or do bad things. Some of them chose that experience. Most people have been fed a program and a doctrine and a narrative. They don't know the wiser, for they know not. If you walked in Yeshua's actual words, even if it's from the stupid Bible of the King James sort, that's so inverted, I still have to tap into what Taylor sent me. He sent me another in this Bible that was just published out. But regardless, walk the walk, talk the talk. If you didn't go through your roughest experience in life, how would you be able to impart that wisdom onto another person? You wouldn't. That's why 90% of light workers, mediums, channels, and just people that are awakening, knowing that they have more than they are, have extremely difficult lives. Because if you didn't live through something difficult, you would not be able to give that and impart that wisdom onto another. We were all made for this time. Those that have not been made for this time, they are leaving, and that's not for us to judge. They took a pathway out of here. Why are we still? I see it all the time because of the politicalness going on in the outside world. Oh, all this stuff causes the and all that caused all this stuff. It may have, but that person chose that for their experience. Do you see how this spiritual crap works? Do we see how that works? It's a choice. Your soul didn't make it. And if it did, that is a part of your plan. There is no right or wrong. Everything serves a purpose, everything has a meaning to it. But it's when you get stuck in the obsessiveness of finding that reason and not just breathing through the silence and figuring it out when it is your time to find out. That's where a lot of people need to take a back seat. Um, so a person in a third world country that's on the brink of starvation, they chose that experience. What I consider hard, someone considers easy. What I consider like my artistic ability, not everybody has it, but I like to be able to do things that anybody can do. I'm not asking you to sit there and do something you're going to get frustrated and break a bottle, right? Or have a conniption fit and have a tantrum. I kind of look at the kids as a model, right? You want everybody to be able to tap in and find themselves. Everybody's going to have a unique journey in that way. But there are commonalities that we can choose to venture and explore. Daniel Scranton's thymus said it. I say it all the time. Source is having an experience through each and every living being. Even the book is source. Even not the tissue, but chicken. Chicken is also source. How, Allison? How? God said, God breathed, source of all sources, the quantum entanglement to the energy of the monad, the pleroma. Doesn't need to be called God. The all that is spoke. Frequency, atoms, subatomic atoms, quarks, muons, gluons. Out. Out. Thus said, let there be consciousness, light, energy. Hi, Ivy. Absolutely, absolutely, Roger. Doing your inner work, finding out the source within you will help you see the source in other people, even if they're the negatives, the worst, the murderer, they are still source having an experience. And when you can let go of the limitation and separation and the paradigm of good and evil, because that's their density, and live in your 4D, 5D, 6, 7, 8, 9D mind frame, you see the bigger expanse of a picture where you're no longer judging source for playing a theme down here. It's just a story. It's his story. We all collectively wrote this bitch. And now we are collectively all trying to merge to a better story we wrote. We just don't have the memories for it just yet. But we're merging, we're lifting, we're getting there. Charlene, you're great. You're great, Charlene. I love you. I really do. When you can see, like literally, when you can believe, when you see it, when you feel it, when you integrate it and absorb all that information that God is in all things, God is everything. It's omnipotent and omnipresent. And we are the co-creators as little fractal beings of source, playing a theme. How would you want to live your life? What has happened was that this grand experiment that was very, very well thought out of. Yeah, sure, it was hijacked, but ask yourself, was it a part of God's plan in the first place? Source's plan for it to be negative. If we did not have negativity in our lives, and everything was just rosy rainbows and sparkle farts and unicorns riding on top of rainbows, what would you and your soul learn? You need contrast. If the negative stuff never took place, you wouldn't know how powerful you as a being are in a third dimensional form. You would not know. I am still tackling the law of one because the law of one is going on. It's going in between pre-veil. So if at one point in third density, there was no veiling of forgetting. Each being knew itself. Each being knew what it was. And there wasn't much catalyst and polarization to harvest, meeting ascend. It took a lot longer for beings to come into the realization of why they were even on Earth or Meldeck or Mars or wherever. They needed more, like Source needed more experience. So they put a veil in. And most of us have a part of our veil dropped. That veil that we have dropped isn't the entire story. It's just little pieces of it. If you listen to anybody that channels Yeshua or Mary or Saint Germain or Archangel Michael, the messages might be similar, but they're in different ways because they're different fractals of that being that's incarnate or channeling through somebody that they're entangled to. And they're only receiving certain components of what that fractal has to bring. Why I mentioned this when I was talking about the DNA unfoldment. What is unfolding in your interests at an everyday basis is right now, a lot of people are starting to awaken to their star seed galactic signatures. And they're looking at which one of these systems do I belong to? I'm just massaging that, by the way. Thank you, Christina. Welcome. So I first awoken to the starseed component of my Palladian self, and there is many, 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 many different Palladian factions and densities within the Pleiades system. And I started exploring a lot of that stuff. But I don't know what faction or what density my Palladian soul self is from. But then a little after that, I started getting into Beta and Alpha Centauri. And then other Sirius is now upgrading in me. I'm channeling the Arcturians, but I don't know that light language. I don't understand it. I don't know if that's my thing. Which I will have to be careful, but I will talk to you guys in a second about my dealings today. So as these light codes and encodings are coming into the collective consciousness of people, the solar winds, the whatever you want to equate the sun to, it's going to be a yellow blast. This down a bit. You go dry over there. Okay, it's not sliding. Sorry, guys, I'm catching up on chat before I move on. Oh, deplorable. Banana Land, I love you guys. So when you are getting like the sun is projecting that light, it's consciousness, and it hits you, no matter if you're in a house, it doesn't matter. That energy is hitting you and it's giving you your etheric memories. B, it's unfolding your DNA to that system. Okay, remember there's 21 to 22 races that seeded this human form. Okay, Source gave us our souls. The Anunnaki, but it's not just them. The other systems gave us. I've been listening to a lot of this one channel. I don't know what it's called off the top of my head. But I've been posting here and there. The dude takes from Ashiana to I will not say her name. I have an issue with her. But she's written some books and she's very out there in the galactic world, Mrs. Enki. Um, Envoy of the Palladians. Um, Alex Collier and a few others. This person grabs stuff. And I'm gonna say this, that Billy person, he is not no one is a set authority. I don't like when people speak from their egos like in that manner. You can have a PhD. No. Rein yourself in, Billy. Um, Thank you, Scott. There are some episodes that I can this it's a good Astral Legends TV. There's a lot of goodies in there. It helps me listen to the stories of a perception, right? It's an opinion of how things happened here and the different systems. Okay. But it helps me upgrade it and see it in my own two eyes. I get snapshots and then I formulate my own what happens. And from my perspective. But the thing with that guy, I'm like, he's taking from people. He's probably not aware of the agendas and narratives being steered and run right now. So he's probably an innocent bystander just taking all the information that they're researching, not doing this, and just formulating what other people said into a story. I love it. I forgot the last one that I watched. I didn't share it. I want to say it's about the Dracos. The person does say there is good Dracos. I know there is. Not all are again, we're on 3D, so not everything is bad to being good. One of my Anunnaki names is Ellie Anu. I was probably the daughter to Anu. Does that make me an evil soul? I asked upstairs my higher self and my angels, the archangels, what my soul's name is. Not my galactic name, my soul's, the essence of my oversoul. What is its name? In frequency and tone. Just as a human, we need those things. We need labels to tell me so that I could start calling on myself besides just self. Um, so today the kids had bananas for breakfast, and all my kids started using them as banana phones, and it was the best thing ever because I've been talking to the kids on the banana phone. I have a banana phone. Um, I highly recommend you guys if you're interested in the Galactic Starseed thing to watch the different components of the stories. Not all of them do I personally resonate with, but having that information expansion helps you see the bigger picture. Um, the Anunnaki story, Stitchin, there's a few of them up there that talk about the Anunnaki. They're not all bad. But we're getting rid of these old stories. They no longer serve us. We're not going there. We're not there anymore. That is happening in another parallel universe. Do you really want to go visit that universe again? Do you want to go back there? You have that choice. No judgment here. You, but all of us here that are conscious in the now moment are here to hold the light, the frequency, the vibratory state of merging to a higher timeline. That's why a lot of us are incarnate at this current time. We are holding the light. We are spreading the light. We're spreading the frequency. If we go back to his story, we're going to go back to another parallel universe, the multiversal time frame that shit loops. I am not going back to that. I'm not going back to Tartaria. I am not reliving Atlantis or Lemuria. I was in both. I am not living Mu. I am not living Tartaria. I am not living these paradigms. It's great to read about and just learn. It's fantastic to know the history. But I'm not going to sit here and let it rent space up in my head to take any more room for going within. Hi, Sparky. This is what I'm hodgepodging. I didn't mosh podge this yet because I didn't think I was done, but I'm done, and I'm probably gonna add some stuff to this and make it a vase. Me and you together, Leah. I'm done. Um, although I know that's not what my soul my soul signed up for. Um, my being here and all of you that are here are vital right now. Brian Scott says this if you go listen to the thymus reading today. This is nothing different from what I say at all. We all serve a purpose here to start spreading the light. If that's through a smile, a hug, being someone's shoulder, helping other selves out, being a service to not just yourself, but to humanity. That's why we're here. We're changing the frequency of negative polarized Earth 3D to positive 4D Earth. That's this new Earth concept. We're just labeling it and giving it a name. What I caution people on, because this was said to me by Patty Broussard, personally, I spoke to Patty on the phone. No, I didn't. That was James Rink. I emailed Patty. Patty was a part of, you guessed it, Kim Possible, Miss Gogan, Miss Gogan, however you want to put her name out there. Very apart. But Patty also had a lot of observations against Miss Said then Gogan. I reached out to Patty, showed her the Draco royal white picture I had, said, what do you make of this? Told me what to do. Patty says, those who are stuck in the biblical, no matter what Bible story, those people are going to play out in their multiverse, in their section of the new earth. They're going to play out the Armageddon. They're going to play out the second coming of Christ. That's what they're going to play out. It's not right or wrong. That's what their soul needs in order to move forward. They need that experience. Other people, the one that Elon Musk is now corrupting with Neuralinks, okay? If you watch James Rink on Super Soldier Talk, there's a few people who go into Neuralink and go into the chips and into stuff of that nature. Not all is bad, but a lot of it is. In terms of perception, the people that need the cyborg experience, they're going to their paradigm and experiencing the cyborg. Us, the Christ conscious people, the ones who are following the Christ consciousness, the Christos, the expanded consciousness, the getting out of this freaking matrix people, that's our paradigm. We're going to move to our own multiverse. Remember, all energy's entangled, so you're never really going to lose people. They're just going to fade away because they no longer serve you. They're going to play out their paradigm over there, and it might be eventually it's going to fade. These people are going to go away. We're not at that stage of fading away yet. We're in the beginning stages. All of these things are playing out in the theater. This is why, like, that is important to understand, really. Like, look more allegorically at the movies being played. All three playing at the same time, right? Think of it in an allegory. Everything has to play out for you to have free will choice, to choose what paradigm you want to experience. So if you are all about the tech, the money, the links, the scanny stuff, the implant stuff, you're going, and that's it. There's nothing wrong with it. You're going to choose that paradigm to go walk in and experience. You chose that. If you chose to be still stuck in your one book paradigm, and it's okay that you are, there is no right or wrong in God's green earth. Nothing wrong with it. You're going to go out over there and play that doom and gloom stuff. I'm not a part of that. Just like the flash of light everybody talks about. Oh, there's going to be a flash of light and everybody's going to wake up. I'm not going to see that flash of light. I might feel the light. I've been feeling the light. I've been upgrading. I don't need a flashlight to tell me that I'm awake. I've been awake. Thank you, Shirley. Yes, you got that, girl. Patty Burchard was a part of that show. She's no longer a part of that. Patty, I've seen the evidence, and Jason also has spoken with Patty Burchard. Um, Patty was on Gala Gaia. So if you go in the Wayback Machine and watch Gala Gaia, Patty does go on her show once in a blue moon. Um, Patty is a very unique individual. Patty is trans as of an hermaphrodite. She's an androgyny. She claims more on the female feminine. She has two pineal glands. I've seen the scans myself, and she has a portal in her heart. She is multi-dimensional. She's in very much more control of her light body than I am of mine. She has a lot of capabilities, but she grasped on to whoever could help her reconnect to upstairs in the galactic field. Kim is one of those people that got infiltrated. And not in the bad way or good way. Remember, it's their experience and that's what they signed up to do. She's just an adversary. The person who is incarnate as Marduk was her controller. Yes, I love spirits here. And this is because it's heartfelt. I really love the transformations I am seeing each and every one of you have. You in your words. I feel your words. Say, I'm tearing up because I feel it here. When you go out into the world and speak your truth, I don't have a filter on mine. I know some people hide the amazing beings that you are because you're amongst people that will not understand you. That's my purpose in helping you speak and be authentic in your words. The more people, today's a really beautiful example. I'll give you guys a snapshot of my day. I unfortunately work with children, not just on the autistic scale, but ones that have people who were on substances that given these children some delays. There's a child in my class who looks into your soul and out and sees things and has conversations. Now, I don't know if she is schizophrenic. That is a real thing. My uncle had schizophrenia. Okay. They're just tapping into another time delineation. But the child, obviously, she talks, but she doesn't talk to you. She can't have a conversation with you. Um, she can sing. She could somewhat tell you some stuff, but like as in reading, she's in her own world. She, I'm gonna say she did something today that made me want to cry. And then made me really think about what is in my arena that I'm not picking up on and helping this child spiritually. The child took pencils and tried to got like gouge her eyes out. Today, as a test, I brought in a protective spiritual spray that I usually spray once a month in my house on the doors and on curtains and in my windows. Yesterday, her demeanor was calm. Today, and she's been there's like issues going on in the house that she's living in. And the adults are taking really, really good care of her, but her behavior is getting worse. Seeing that action and moment and watching that unfold today, and see, she did not. I'm the one that changes the kids' diapers in the classroom. That doesn't bother me at all. I'm like the least freaked out by bodily fluids. Um, Other kids, she gave me a very hard time today. and I had to speak light language, and I don't like it. I don't resonate with it, but I was just humming and umming and projecting my vocals. You know how like Tibetan monks do the like throat singing? I was doing that, hoping that would calm her down, and it did to an extent. I called on my team. And this is the book I was guided to bring tomorrow to work. Manual for Spiritual Warfare. That child might need this. It's not the first. The thought forms that have been created in this child's life are haunting her. She's talking to beings that I can't even see. And when I tune into an energy, I can see things. I can't even see what she's tuning into. They're cloaking themselves around me because they know what I am. I've had this multiple times. I have to bring these to work and do everything in my mind, because once again, I said to my teacher today, like, I'm not here, I'm not trying to do anything against anybody's wishes. This is something that I'm observing. I've seen this before, this behavior before. Um, it's concerning. And if I could do something spiritually on like not speaking it out and not offending anybody, I'm gonna do it. So that's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow up here, is reading some of the things that I've had to read before. Your thoughts become things. So for millennia, humanity created the devil, the demons, the evil things. It's a creation God needed to experience himself in. That's Christina, that's why I have the lives, because I think it was time that we can have an authentic conversation I don't need it to be a safe space. There's a lot of people who would argue that other side politically, right? But I can say this with my heart open. I'm not about the hate. It's not renting space in my mind. Once you understand we created all this outside fun, we have to clean it up, and that's what's happening right now, collectively. So, being an archangel incarnate that I am, I have a duty. I have to go into this book and do and read stuff that I might not align with, but that has been created, and hope that I can shield this child from whatever is trying to obsess her, and that is to come into her. I've only seen extreme cases of children that have very heavy neurodivergent autism, like hit their head against the wall on the floor because they can't stand their nervous system. This kid has been fine, and all of a sudden she's snapping again. She was playing with the kids. She wasn't really talking. But she was, autistic kids play a little different from normal kids. They don't communicate, so they have to learn their body signals to share or to, come with me, and like they play a little differently. She was playing, she was doing her work, she was coloring. Now she's like wanting to throw everything. And when she took those things and like pencils, thankfully they were not sharp. That's right, Mr. Roger. Don't fear nothing. I mean, I'm gonna say this. I was a Viking in most of my past lives. Till Valhalla. Um, but that's not to say that normal everyday fear, like if someone put a weapon to you, you have fear, but that's not fear in terms of like, oh, that scares me, or oh, like that's gonna, like the doom and gloom stuff. I'm all about till Valhalla. I'm all about that. Um, all about it. That's exactly right, Charlene. And it this is the harder part for many of us. There are really well, beautiful, intentioned souls that traverse a lot of the chats. It's not just one show in particular. There are many different avenues of places you can go and be in a live chat. And whatever chat it is, there's very well-intentioned, beautiful souls who slip up a lot. You should never want to cause harm to another self. You should understand that that soul is source, having an experience. Who are you to judge? All things have a purpose and serve a purpose. Whether you understand that as a human or not, that's where I think a lot of the discrepancies happen. When you see the larger picture unfolding in front of you and you start seeing the reasoning for things, but not attaching emotional states to those reasons, and you detach yourself from the material things. Roger, you're badass. Look at you go. Behavior is language. You're badass getting shot. Look at you, homeboy. Fear and evil do serve a purpose, but there's a but to this. At what point are you willing to drop it? and let it go. Saying, yeah, it serves me a purpose, but I don't need to feel or react in that state anymore. I'm going to rise above that state of fear. I'm going to conquer it. There's a lot of spiritual people go to QHHT sessions or hypnosis to discover where some of their, like, agoraphobia. My mother had agoraphobia. She would not leave the house. She had a panic attack anytime she left the house. It was very seldom I was able to get her out to go to the doctor. The only thing she really wanted to go out for was to go to eat. My mom loved restaurants. So I used to hey mom, you're gonna pay for me to eat, I'll take you out. That's the only time she left the house. Everything else would have a panic attack, like the world is going to collapse on her. She was going to die at any moment. She really feared leaving the house. Arachnophobia, spiders. Some of these people have irrational fears, and it's not from this life, it's from another life, and they can't place where that fear comes from. You are blessed, Roger, but it still makes you a badass and homie. That's homie status in New York right there. Roger, what you did is you came into a frequency of love, even though you probably didn't even comprehend that at the time. You have a purpose here. I told the same thing to Corey when I told her about her needing stents. I'm like, you serve a purpose here. And you're serving it. So they're not going to take you, you're not going anywhere anytime soon. Bruce Poppy, same thing. He serves a huge purpose here. We're all needed. It doesn't matter if it's a personality, myself, we're all needed. The reason being, when you all go inside yourself and discover what you are in your pie chart, you'll be able to unfold that to other people, not in an egoistic, put yourself on a podium way, unless you're projecting yourself as that, but in a way that empowers other people to take the same navigating steps of empowering themselves to find out themselves. I tell everybody around me, you are also angels. I'm not alone. I don't want to be alone. When I found out and went within and discovered the larger components of my soul, it's more of a burden than it is like, oh, I'm going to put myself on a podium. I'm an archangel. Nah, 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 nah. That's not reality, and that's not how that works. The angels told me what I am so I can help others empower themselves to find what fractals are inhabiting you. Does it need to be an archangel? Does it need to be Yoganandi? No. There are a lot of beings that have zero names. It's all frequency. Once you hit after fifth, most entities don't have names, and they're all collectives. Archangel Michael is not one being, not one essence. It's a compendium of essences together, just like your oversoul is not just you. It's a whole compendium of things that make you up. If you go read, let me find it. I'm supposed to be crafting. Here we let me find it. I need glasses. Bad. I did this on TikTok, but I have to find it. The Curtis books, I can't say this enough. I know Scott Pace. he listens to all the seriously, the Curtis books are fucking mind blowing. mind-blowing. These people wrote this book 1900s. Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But this serves a purpose. The I am, which is the resurrection and the life, is the true self. We are dead. When our consciousness is identified with the lower personality and bounded by the mortal body and its functions. The personal self, however, can be made a good and a faithful servant. Hence, it is not to be despised, killed out, or swallowed up in the way so frequently interpreted. For without it, the real self could not gain the experience of physical existence. It is a garment worn to protect the real self from the coarse and harsh vibrations of physical life. Just as a diver dons a diving suit to protect him from the pressure of the water when he wishes to explore the ocean depths, but it loses touch with the higher self, it is doomed, just as the diver when he loses touch with the upper world and his supply of air is cut off. If you are wedded to the idea of the lower personal self and consider it all important or all there is, you must reach a stage of growth in which your ideals, your enthusiasm, and zest in life, which at one time gushed forth like a mountain freshest, must die or lose themselves in the sands of earth conditions, or be dried up by the hot, scorching sun of criticism and worldly disapproval. But if you bestride the bird of life, or hold for your central idea the thought of the I am, not the mere personality, but the higher divine self, or the Christos, even those former ideals though dead, shall rise again and be spiritualized and never die. Just as the diver, if he holds fast to his source of supply, will be enabled to do his work, and when it is accomplished, will rise into the upper air and take off his clumsy accoutrements. Should he think, however, that diving suit was himself, or should he lose his memory of the higher world, he could never rise from the depths and return to his real home. If in the face of all obstacles you go on trusting and centering your ideals on the true self, which is immortal, your faith can never die. For you will know that the real self can never be affected by the changing conditions on earth life. What's going on right now? This is bestriding the bird of life. As long as you hold firmly to this idea, you hold the reins which shall guide the bird of life throughout eternity. The capital I is the only symbol in the alphabet that stands for both deity and the straight vertical line symbolizing spirit descending into matter, and for personality. As you advance along the path and reach up through and above the personality and follow the straight line up into divinity, the personality blends into and becomes the individuality. The Son, S-O-N, becomes one with the Father. The small letter I with the dot symbolizes the personality before its spiritual awakening. The self, perpendicular line, overshadows by the higher self, the dot, who has yet cannot manifest on earth except as the germ of that which the lower self can reach up and merge into. The perpendicular line must reach up and merge into the dot before it can become the capitalized I. Even the materially minded recognize that the only path to worldly success is implicit faith and belief in yourself. This is but the lowest octave of the true success, which results when you raise your belief from the personal self to the real self. The relative value of the real self and the personal self may be represented by a capital I, painted in gold upon a dark, shadowy background, designed to make the golden letter more conspicuous. The personality must always be the shadow on earth of the real I. Its office being to emphasize and give perfect expression to the real self and make its golden light stand out the more brilliantly because of the shadow. Chicken drop moment, chicken drop moment, chicken. Good night, Charlene. I do need content light. How do you think you would handle things? First of all, I would take the child and do the healing on the child. I did not come into this life as a judge, jury, and executioner of another soul. There are people that did come in incarnate to that role. And that is the people who have been held in the judge, jury, and executioner theme. If I caught somebody doing something heinous, I would get to the child to safe haven and help heal the child. That other self, that act was a soul contract that child needed for whatever the reason is, and that person who did that heinous act needed that in their life as for per contract of soul. That's still source, God, all that is experiencing through those contractees. Those children were once us. Those children are us. We're all one. Those other selves in the negative polarized aspect of source who have 1,000 layers of darkness on still has light. When you can give compassion and understanding that they were brought into this world to have an experience, but also have experienced traumas and unspeakable things that did occur to them. We don't know everybody's story. We don't know why a murderer becomes a murderer. We don't know why someone is attracted to a child. We don't have the knowing. We're not them individualized. But there's something back there in a story, in a line of time, that maybe they needed compassion and no one was there for them to set them on the right path. We look to judge people based on their actions. If we all were brought up on the right path, there's still going to be people that stray the other way. They're just tapping into their shadow self. They're just tapping into the other self. I know personally a ton of people that have had that sort of abuse occur. I don't wish it for them. I don't want them to go through that, but for some reason, their soul signed up for that experience. You could say the same for ET contact, an abduction in that regard. All of those things were your soul constructed before you even came down here. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I am not the one to judge. Uh, about a year ago, I was judging hardcore, hardcore wood chippers, nooses, and all. I see where everybody's coming from. I don't object to that. I don't condone that action. But if we don't understand how to give compassion to the ones who are perpetrating those horrible things, and understanding that's still source experiencing itself through an action of what we don't prefer, and we're not offering the light to those people, that's why there's so many layers of darkness on so many people, because we invalidate their feelings. We invalidate. El Sunray, and you're very strong for being able to do that. For whatever that reason is, the people in your family, the ones around you, are the ones learning the lesson of compassion and forgiveness. It's the hardest lessons to learn. That I would say is number one. Honestly, for me, the real one of my real tests is, why did so many of my friends have to die of cancer at such a young age? I was angry with him. God, all that is. I gave it to him. It's not him. It's androgynous. It's energy. But at the time I didn't know, and I had a battle upstairs. Why are you taking all my friends away from me? I don't know one person that hasn't had a battle with source itself over earthly things. I know I had many, many, many fighting matches upstairs with what the why? What the hell should I be learning out of this? This is not cool. No, thank you. Right? Like Odin passing. I screamed out my, why would I do this to myself again? Why would I, 3 cats in 3 years? These are the only things that, like, these are my only kids. And I can't keep them alive. What the fuck is wrong with me? Right? Like that was, in the moment thinking. Now that I had a week to think about it, it serves some sort of purpose. I still don't know what that answer is yet, but I have to give myself compassion. And I have to forgive myself for not seeing that he needed to probably go to the vet way sooner than I took him. I don't regret it. It all happened in divine orchestration. I can't argue with that. What I can argue myself with, look, maybe I should have taken him a little bit earlier. Maybe if I got it diagnosed earlier, he would have been able to get the treatment in time to save his life. But here we are. I can't go back to change that. All I can do is come at it with love in a higher frequency and give myself compassion for A, not having the finances to do it, waiting for said 47 to get into office so that maybe the economy would bounce a little quicker back. So if I did have to take a loan out, which I still might have to anyway, I wouldn't get pummeled and my life destroyed. Healing is a forever unfolding process. Way back in the way back machine on my spiritual soul advices, I said this all the time. Right? Like I said the same thing deplorable about my mother. I took care of my mother. I was giving her my mother used to hide food in the house. My mother was 400 pounds. She was obese. She had a thyroid problem. She had a lot of things that the doctors were like, well, just lose the weight. You'll be fine if you lose the weight. I got my mother to lose a shit ton of weight. It still didn't take her health problems away. They always equated her problems to her weight without actually going and figuring out the root of the actual problem. But there is nothing I could have done. The only thing that Source did give me was my really good friend Jen, who was a doctor in the hospital that my mom went to. She was in her residency and she bought me some time with my mom and other family members that saw my mom before she passed. That that was the only intervention upstairs was giving me and learning how to be on my own. It sucks. What could I have done to save my mother? Put her in another type of nursing home? Like my mother wasn't in, she was in a nursing home, but a rehab. They fucking abused her. No matter how many avenues I could have taken, her time was her time. I had to come to men's with that with myself. It was her time to go. There was nothing more I could have done. The gift that I was given was being able to transcend her myself. My light body comes down and chucks the soul up. I did that with Odin. I did that with Morgan. I did that with Ethan. I helped, I'm not alone in that process. I helped transcend them. I moved them on. That's a gift that I have, and I use it to my best of my ability. It says my internet's unstable. That's right, deplorable. I said the same thing of my Morgan who had kidney failure. Well, Thomas, your purpose is just to be bringing the light and helping others. When we ask ourselves, what's my purpose? I want you to refrain from doing that. There's a reason for it. Your purpose is just to be here and live your life. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have a purpose. Your purpose is to live, to have experience, to learn, to grow. That's your purpose. It's everybody's purpose. So don't say you don't have a purpose. What's your mission? And you don't just have one, you have a plethora of them. Mature the language. All of us serve a purpose because we're here, right? We're seeding and feeding the earth frequency, whether you are aware of it or not. You are a lighthouse. You are shedding your light around every time you go out, every time you give somebody a smile, every time you do a good deed. You feel good. You're spreading your light. You're spreading your energy. You're putting goodwill and intention out into humanity to lift it up. You think that's nothing, but it's fucking tremendous. It's huge. We need that more than ever. That's why I cannot read or be around the hate. It's not because I can't handle it. It's not because I can't ignore it. It's because it literally lowers my frequency. And is that helping humanity or is it stalling humanity? For me, it's stalling it. I want to be in high vibrations. I have to find the things in my life that bring me into a higher state of thinking, a higher state of frequency, a higher state of love. I'm not talking about the tree hugging hippie kind of love. Tough love is a real thing too. I can't, my boundaries are up. My soul said no more. Not because you disrespect and hate, you don't at all, anybody. I got rid of that. I can say I dislike something or I don't prefer something, but I'm not going to sit here and wreck the opportunity to advance humanity. That's my job. That's my mission. My mission I was commissioned for was to stay here, feed the frequency, spread the word. I feel like Yeshua sometimes, and I know many of you probably feel the same. You speak to people and they're like, think you're batshit crazy, or what the hell are you talking about? They're only seeing black and white when there's a spectrum of color. Oh, it's what you prefer over what you don't. Everybody has choices. Some choices you tell your kids if you have them. Well, at some point, I can't shelter my child anymore. They have to go out and have life experience. And some of those experiences are going to come with consequences. They have to learn somehow. So why can't we apply that in a spiritual sense for everybody else? They have to go out and do the motions and feel it and experience it and integrate it to know if it is a right thing for them or not. But how would you know unless you didn't have the experience? I know in the how many years I have been a huge support in one arena that at some point I'm not getting equal or any kind of energy exchange back to help me. I got to do my own thing. And then started this channel and it started getting back into my artwork and started really taking care of myself. I'm all the last 20 years of myself, even probably longer than that. I've taken care of my father when he died. I had to take care of him even when I was in college. I had to take care of my mother. I was never centered and focused on taking care of myself. I was always worried about everybody else. I didn't focus on myself. I was worried about how everybody else was functioning and not myself. When I got into the awareness that I have to take care of myself, I let my gray grow out. I stopped taking the medicine. I stopped a lot of the vicious cycles that I was on. And I'm a way better person for doing that. But I had to walk that. I know how it is to take care of two parents. I know what it is to bury two parents. I know what it is to bury friends, relatives. I have a lot of death in my life, but it's just transcending of energy. There has to be evil people in the world. There has to be contrast. This is how we learn. On a 3D level playing field, we need contrast. If we didn't have evil people doing horrible things in the world, how would you know how powerful you are as a human? You wouldn't. You would not know that you can manipulate a storm to lessen it. It might need to happen for karmic reasons for those people who chose to have a storm do something cataclysmic to them so that they get empowered to persevere. That's a lesson. That's experience. That's wisdom. And when those people learn and get and grasp those lessons, they're not going to experience any cataclysms, and they're going to be the ones helping other people go through those cataclysms. If you don't go through something, you don't have the wisdom and experience to guide others through it. If we didn't experience evil things in the world, and that now is now shifting because now we are in the awareness of how deep this evil goes. Our job is to alchemize and shift it, not feed it perpetually. Hi, Danielle. That's amazing. I love Dolores Cannon. Hear her book right there. I have a few of her books. They're all scattered everywhere. That's amazing. Yay. I I've tried to find a QHHT um practitioner that would in charge because I can't afford to even like if it wasn't for a few of you that helped me, um things are, really not fun financially for me. But it's not easy getting me into trance. That's hard. It's hard. I have a hard time getting in my own trance to channel. And that's another thing. It's to quiet tell them upstairs. Like, pick four of the lifetimes that I need to know about. They're like, but we already do. If you don't stand in your power, and this is not coming from your ego, put the ego aside. If you didn't go through and see and witness things that were not of your preference, okay, an evil person is going to do evil things because they think it's okay. Some of them know it's wrong, but some of them don't. That's what we classify as mental illness, as a norm in society. There are people who perceive what they do as fine. They don't know that they're really harming another person. They think they're getting shits and giggles out of it, but they don't realize some people really don't. Like I said, you can't judge because you don't know where that person is at in the moment of their act. Roger, that's amazing. And I bet you your son is going to serve a freaking major purpose. And most 90% of children, and they're the next wave. We're the models. We are the examples. If we keep perpetuating and feeding negativity, and we're trying to do it in the light way, but this is the false light. Wanting other people dead constantly, saying you hate, you hate, you hate, is feeding them. It's perpetuating their manifestation. It's going to continue to loop. It's been looping. Those of us who are shifting out of the hate paradigm and understanding, yes, it's going on, evil is happening, bad things are happening. We understand, we know, we have the awareness of it. Okay, what are you doing about it? If you're not physically boots on the ground, what are you doing energetically to transmute the negative into the positive? For me, in my current situation, I've been listening to Brian Scott's financial activations, asking upstairs for more clarity. I'm like, what do I need to do different? What do I need to do? How, in what steps, what doors, what opportunities, what people can you send me on my path to get me where I am not in survivor mode anymore? I don't want to be there. I don't want to have to feel this way anymore. What didn't I learn from the first downfall 2 years ago that I am now repeating? What is the purpose being served here? Because I don't see it. Yes, I grown in the last 2, 3 years now. Spiritually, I was always awake. I had abilities. The non-duality thing really, really helped me see the larger picture, gain more expansion, channel more of the higher ended density beings, not just my archangels on the lower spectrum. They're not that far up, honestly. It's the Rishis, it's the Daihan Kohans, it's the Ascended Masters, all the names that we label them as. All those people are way far up from the angels. The angels are lower. They're tapping in through me because they can do the most work through me here. The Arcturians, if you listen to Daniel Scranton and then you go back and listen to some of my spiritual soul advices, I sound the same words, just spoken a little differently. It it's validating. But I want you guys to go and like listen to that stuff too, because maybe you're not even aware of the things that you say to other people. You're channeling from them too. Like I don't want to I don't give myself any credit. It's all up there. They work through me. I am not a Julia Cannon fan at all. Not I don't think she's a bad person. I don't align with some of her practices and I don't align with her business savvy skills. Um Validation only helps us empower ourselves more. That's the beautiful thing. It's letting you know, it's like divine synchronicity of letting you know that you're on the right path, that you're not alone in what you're saying. As much as it's abstract to a normal person that's not spiritual, never heard of this nonsense, for their perspective, it validates that you're not alone in your thinking. It validates that it's coming from somewhere. Where is it coming from? For me, I know I'm a channel. I know I'm a channel, but I don't know. I don't have an entity with a name that comes through me. I know that archangels come through me constantly. I just got validation a few weeks ago that Gabriel was the feminine Hallel I always knew I had, but I didn't know about my feminine aspect. But I don't know which one comes through me. I'm not sitting here and like Bashar and zoning out and here they come. I'm doing it clear cognizant. They just flow through me. The Octurians, I don't connect with them on I feel resonance of them. Like I feel a part of them, like I feel a part more of the Palladians and the Lyrans, the cat people. I feel more in tuned feeling in the heart space to them than I do the Arcturians. But they've been channeling me. And Roger, let me tell you what, you're doing a fantastic job, right? If you ask yourself in the morning when you wake up, how do I want to feel today? What is one goal I can set for myself today? Can I answer one of my why questions? That's where I would start with myself. When you wake up in the morning and you're doing self-inflection and self-work, I do my self-work when needed. Odin, all last week, I went into self and I asked some deep, fucked up questions, but they were deep. Like, why is this going on again? Like, what lesson did I not learn? What didn't I see? What action didn't I take? And not to judge myself and not to give myself compassion, of course, but what was I missing in those moments that I can learn from? Those answers are not going to come in the same day. If they do, that's fantastic. But for me, it unfolds out of months and sometimes years. It's not easy. I knew when I did not know where to move, I had a mission with Jason. I knew this instinctually within me. I knew it. But I also, in the back of my head, knew that at some point there was going to be a straying point, and we're at there now. And it's not because he doesn't live 10 minutes away and that I can't go hang out with him and hang out with the cats. Of course I can. We're just on two different frequencies. We're tuning into two different channels. I'm over here in spiritual land. I'm over here learning about quantum physics and about how we're all entangled and how things in the cosmos, the holographic simulated matrix are unfolding. And he's worried about the blue button people. And if that's his mission, that's his mission. And I don't disrespect that. He will eventually get to where I am in thinking, I would hope. When that unfolds is his divine timing, not mine. But I'm here and will always be here for him and for Nina. They're my friends. And it's okay that we don't see eye to eye on certain things. It's okay. I said it the other day, I'll say it again. I don't want anybody, if you don't feel anything, don't take it inside you. Objectively listen to information. Don't just automatically think this is the truth and this is going to be the truth. What did I read at the beginning? Wow, I got a lot of messages. Sorry. No, wrong button. Hang on. I want to read that Aristotle. Be a free thinker and don't accept anything you hear as truth. Be critical and evaluate what you believe in. You are the only one that creates your own reality. You create your reality. Your thoughts become things in this manifested universe, individualized. On an unconscious, collective conscious scale, all of us wrote this story and we wrote what things are going to look like. So we don't even have to think about it. The house is a house. The tree is a tree. It's there because we all collectively made this whole system together. We wrote this. I don't expect anybody to perceive the reality that I perceive and believe it. I don't expect anybody to feel and heart align with everything I say. It would be crazy if you did. You and only you doing the inner work will find your version of the frequency of truth that you're sitting at. Only you will know what's right and wrong for you. As we all perceive reality differently, we're all having different experiences that shape up that reality. We all need to be compassionate and understanding of those realities. That's amazing, Christina. The only one that misleads is your own self. Because you're taking information from other people and making it as if it is so. When I have a book up there called 1984 that could tell you otherwise. We have the Council of Nicaea that has inverted a lot of things that could tell you otherwise. I read these books as perception, as opening minds, but also knowing I don't agree with everything that's said in a book. I take bits and pieces from what aligns with me and me only. Ashana Dean's work, I'm very big into her work, but not everything aligns with me. What she says, her Cathara stuff, it's just labels. It's well-meaning and well-intentioned, don't get me wrong, but that's from a 2012 standpoint. We're now 2025. Things have changed. Things have shifted. Multiverses. All of us shifted and we're continuously shifting faster and faster. We're not hanging out in a timeline that long. That's why that is not the problem. That's actually God's plan in the positive light. The problem with that is everybody's perceptions and dictating perception onto what whoever wrote that, it doesn't matter. Okay. They're codings. I can interpret the word love a million different ways. I feel love differently from all of you. I've experienced love different from all of you. So you can give a word like a New Yorker says, what the fuck? It can be in a good way. Doesn't need to be in a bad way. So that movement is not necessarily the problem. The problem is the perception is that's given from each and every one of those drops that people are going and giving their interpretation of. Right. And that's your perception and you are entitled to that. It's God's all things. God is omnipresent and omnipotent. It's everything. So sure, she might have a big fractal of that and help that. I don't think it's one person. I think it's a compendium of people that put that out. I don't think it's one. I think it's many. Um, and whoever it is, it's great. It helped steer his story. It helped steer his story. His story, whether good or bad, needed to come out so that we all collectively understand what we don't want and what we prefer stays over here and what we don't prefer stays over there. There's that Dolores Cannon shift is really going to happen, not in the way people are expecting it to. Bashar talks about the split as well, and he's not far off from Dolores Cannon's perspective of that. But Bashar speaks of the shift as well. And he takes it more of a fading of away of what no longer serves you and your soul. It's going to fade out of your existence. It's not like it's going to be, oh, you walk out and your house is a mansion and it's Dark City. Please go watch that movie. Dark City. I have a review of that video, of that movie on my channel. That movie is mind-blowing. It was before the Matrix, by the way, so there's a lot of good tidbits in there, very Matrix-y. But we're not waking up and having a Ferrari in our front yard. That's just not reality. People, places, and things that no longer serve our vibration are going to fade away in what linear time space. So someone that you knew from high school, you kind of sort of like on Facebook hung out with, they're just going to fade away and they're not going to be in your existence any longer. Your soul tribe and your family has fractals of you within them. They're not going to fade. And if they do fade, it's not like they're just going to go over there and you're going to live your life and do your thing. They might come back and forth. A wave can be a short one or a big one. And we all chose different waves to ride the wave on. Hi, Buckshot! I really do need glasses. So be a freeing you hear as truth. The truth is here. Fucking stable shit. That's right, Scott. Roger. That's right. We are, like I read a little while ago, we are individualized to have an experience of separation of our other selves and limitation. All of us used to be a part of the subatomic particles, the photons, the consciousness of what we all consider the all that is, God. God said, I want to have a different experience. I'm done with this. There's too many things going on in my consciousness. I now need to have expression of it. Thus said, Source made material, made planets, made galaxies and universes and systems, and it's forever expanding and contracting and expanding and contracting. We were all once a star that exploded. We were all once a planet. We were all once an alien. All of them, some more than others. We were all and are all things. If you were to go into a meditation and bring yourself into and become a blade of grass in your yard and really think about and meditate on the blade of grass, how it's sentient, how it's a part of a whole construct, how its root system is working, how you're getting nourished, how you're living and feeling the wind on your blade of grass, become the grass. This is what the Eastern cultures have taught to their masters. You were once the rock, Dolores Cannon. You were the wind, the fire, the tree, the flower. Become it in meditation. Sit and think, what would a blade of grass think? What would it do? How would it just go with the flow? I don't know how to say your name. Cheryl 40. Hi, welcome. I'm serious. For those of you who do meditation, like actually sit in meditation, bring yourself to the blade of grass. I've done this. It's fascinating. I've also taken myself to experience, if you ever go watch those clips of New York City, I mean, I lived in New York, I'm just saying New York, but it could be any city, of like the hordes of people walking down Fifth Avenue, going into buildings, going to work, and going into the different, and all the people on that whole island. If you were to take a snapshot of you eating a slice of pizza walking down the street to you going into the building, for you going into Central Park, for you going over here and going over there and going and experiencing yourself jumping into all those different other people in different outfits and different situations, you will feel more of the at one mint with all things, if that makes sense. That's how I came more into an awareness that I'm more than this body. By putting myself in, like, I'm an empath, so I like to jump and feel other people's emotions. How can I do that? Like Thomas was saying earlier, like walking in someone's shoes. Well, some empaths can project themselves in literally being in someone else's shoes. If we took the time out to do this work, it takes time to get up to that level of putting yourself there. It's practice. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. once you get to that meditative state that you can get there, there's guided meditations, I'm sure, online that can help you do that. Get there and feel it, experience it, because that brings you more into your wholeness. Have a good night, Amy. Let's hope little Thor comes in the morning. He came. I have a video from this morning. He came like Freya was going bonkers at the window. And I'm like, oh, little Thor must be here. And I was just about to leave to go to work. Thankfully, work is only 2 minutes away. So I went in and I saw him. So I put more food down for him. Trust me, I wake up at 5. I don't go to sleep for another hour. Yay, Mosh Podge. It dried. So these are feathers. I'm not content with this one just yet. I want to add, I don't know what I want here. And my sage is still going, which means there's something still here. And I'm going to have to do a chicken reset. Chicken! Chicken, 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 chicken. There we go. I Mosh Podge this. I'm going to have to probably epoxy the wood. But epoxy doesn't sit well on oil paint, I notice, unless I'm pouring it into like these. So I got blessed on here. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to not epoxy. Hot glue those down. I tried staple gunning. Not on this. Yeah, I sang to him. I'm silly. Ah! I also have these. That's oil paint on here, by the way. I just plugged in my trusty glue gun. And I need to get more glue sticks. Something beeped. So I'm battling a cold. I mean, it's not enough that I have kids trying to gouge eyes out with pencils. But I also got a lot of them that are like, no, they're not whiskey bottles. I have this, I forgot the brand of barbecue sauce when I pull pork and smoke my my ribs. There's this like, I don't know the name. It's a brand that I haven't seen in New York. Um, that should be enough glue sticks. We'll see. Um, trust me, if I drank whiskey, and that's a lot, and I have more upstairs, uh, it would be a problem. These are barbecue bottles, barbecue sauce that I don't know. I just feel like I can make a frame out of them like I did the other one. Where is it? Ah, stuff like that. I have to, ooh, that has to be re-glued. Good thing I have, my hot glue gun going. My sage is still going. Slowly, lowly. It's still smoking. And at some point, the inside of me wants that entity to have come home with me because I can disperse it. I don't think it's masterpiece. Um, have a good night, Amy. People drive me nuts. Oh, and I want to wish my Freya a happy birthday. Her birthday was yesterday. She turned 3. I usually know my baby's birthdays, but I hope that wasn't all the way on land. Um, I'm just checking shit, guys. No, it's not Jack Daniels either. It might be a local situation. It might be. Hmm. I'm gonna see if I can find the name. I'm gonna find it. It's gonna bother me if I don't know. And I don't feel like running upstairs to go getting a bottle. It's not cheap. It was cheaper before inflation. Why won't you allow me to search? Why do I gotta sign in? There it goes. I'm looking. Rufus Tigao made sauce, made some sauce. Rufus, that's what it is. Honey sweet. Tigu, Tigao, Tigu. Rufus Tigu. That's the sauce I have. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to figure it out because it's like one of those offshoot ones. Hi, Mickey. How are you? Yeah, so those are the bottles that I mean, it's not whiskey. Uh, I'm a Southern Comfort girl, being from Albany, Georgia. Um, but I don't like I can't do vodka. I'm allergic. I break out in hives. It's not pleasant. Um, if it's watered down and mixed with stuff, I'm okay with it, but can't just have it straight. Used to be an alcoholic. Um, Midori is my number one top. Malibu rum is like right underneath Midori, and I could do tequila. Hi, Barbara. Thank you guys for joining. Yeah, so if you go back to I'm waiting for my hot glue gun to heat up. Um, I'm gonna be figuring out what to do with those. I have to fix that though first. I have coffee on my nose. Check out my last video on the voice of Isis, the self, because that's gonna clarify a lot of your personality, this body, to what you are and how we're merging. The higher self is taking your ego and pushing it forward, and everything in your paradigm that no longer serves you is going bye-bye, purge out that way. um it's not pretty. We also have to be compassionate that not everybody is there spiritually just yet, not to judge, because this is a slow rollout. It's a slow rollout. This is not a quick, fast, um, speedy thing. That makes sense. I already made this, but I had to fix the cord. So I'm making a bunch of these. I might be giving these away. I don't know. We'll see. But I do have a vending event in March on a Saturday at the middle school. I got an email like, hey, anybody want to participate? Sure. See, Mickey, we still have our 3D world to go through. Can't ignore the 3D because those are still that contract is still playing out. All you need is love. Do 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 do. Check out also my paint and sip. This is just to help you guys and get inspired to paint and pick up and be creative and do something different. That is one of the signs I painted. It's Maj Paj on there. Um, I'm not trying to paint like I could. I had somebody comment to me privately about the I can't do my cardinal like that. You do your cardinal, do you, boo? Just the act of you doing is more than enough. I promise. Thank you. I don't know one person that doesn't have stuff going on in their personal life. Um, even me, I still have to figure out like finances and why do I keep repeating this cycle of like obviously I help a lot of people and then when I hit hard times like those people are not there to help me. But then I have other people that come in their place. Oh, Lyran, that's awesome. The only one painting, oh, I have to talk, I'll talk about my raffle. The only one painting that I am not giving away in the raffle is my Odin and my Freya. Since Odin now has passed, just going in that cat room too. But all channel members get a free entry. So you have a chance as a member, free. You don't have to pay. If you want to pay, if you want to pay for extra spots, I usually charge $5, but you get a free entry with your membership for my raffles. So Friday, February 7th, I will be drawing, and you get to choose which one of my paint and sips you would like. And the love is also included in that. So the person who wins, chicken, 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 chicken. I don't like this camera. Heck. Okay. The winner gets to choose which one they want. That's awesome. So if you are, even if you're not a channel member, I know you have a choice. I'll be putting up the information on a post, hopefully within the next day or two. If you're interested in buying extra raffle seats, tickets, numbers, I did numbers. I put it in a generator and then I get a whole list of people with numbers. So I don't choose. The computer does it for me. Okay, these lights don't like to set. I might have to staple them. I tried. Hmm. 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 Yeah, Miss Judy Gratz sent me stuff. Uh so a while back I asked people who had autistic children if they could donate fidgets to my room. Um and Charlene donated the chicken, the crocheted chicken, and she gave me a bunch of penguins and really cute stuff. And Judy sent me a lot of good fidgets. Unfortunately, those fidgets are noisy. They're squeaky. They're like doggy squeakies. And I can't have that in my classroom because it would never be nonstop squeaks. And I already have a child that's probably possessed by something of the negative polarity that I have to clear. Because today really bothered me. Really bothered me. I talked about it a little earlier. Um, very scary. Very scary. See, the glue is not sticking. Stickies. Okay, why I the staple gun is a little too, but I wanted the sign to be lit up. Mm. Oh, the children literally, especially the girls, even the boys, they love these. Um, so for many of the kids that are in my room, a lot of them uh don't know how to play. And some baby dolls are not, even though they're soft, they're plastic, and the kids throw them and they hit other kids with the toys. So these are like a perfect in between. So if you get hit, it's not really hurting you. Um, because kids that are nonverbal don't know how to express that, no, mine or my turn, and they hit each other. You know, little kids do that anyway, right? They're still learning, but they really, really love the chicken and the fidgets. They can't have these, but I have children who have a lot of oral issues that like to put everything in their mouths, and a lot of the fidgets are not meant to go in mouths. So I we had to shut that situation down so no one would get hurt or swallow something. Really? Sorry. I'm just seeing the chat. Sorry, Danielle. Danielle, you can email me. I'm gonna put it in the chat because I do everything privately when I sell my stuff. So that way I work with people financially. Um, Usually within the United States, all shipping is covered by me. That's why some of the stuff is expensive. Like the skulls, they charge $60, but like 15 of those dollars, depending on the size and what's in it, is heavy, is usually about $15 to ship. So I cover in the price the cost of shipping um with most things. Some of the pyramids are about 5 to 6 pounds, the large ones. Those I charge like 150 flat. Um, but if you go and email me and I'll tell you what sizes and stuff, but you can check out my website, and there you can see there's a link on my page on my YouTube page. That link will should bring you to my website. You can check out all the pyramids and the types. Um, some pyramids, they range in price due to what's in them, because some gems are more expensive than others. And I'm really making it at cost and charging at cost. So, uh, some things on the website are already sold and gone, but if you have an interest in something specific, I can make it for you. I customize, I do a lot of things. So if you're interested, definitely email me. Um, I usually get back to people within a day. I'm still waiting. There's people that I'm waiting on. People don't like to email. People have a hard time emailing. Yeah, I have I have a lot of pyramids. So in Indiana, from what I'm finding out about that, because I looked into babysitting even in New York, um, everything has a license unless you know people. And I wouldn't do anybody that's in my classroom unless they're not in my class anymore. Like I've been asked on several different occasions to private para students, and I had to decline because I don't want to jeopardize anything. But I've tried babysitting. I don't know about some of the parents around here. Oh, so like a sign like this would be like $40. A sign like the wood one, like that, like 35, because it's big, it's not small. Um, I have yet to fill the other ones with epoxy, but when I do, I'll show them when they're done. But like signs like this, I only charge $20. And that's I usually put the flowers and the sign and paint and stuff. I still don't know what I want to do with these. Um, Nothing expensive. It's just the cost of the materials and then the cost of shipping. I'm not really doing labor. On an oil painting, yes, I charge labor. Um 11 by 7, I forgot what, 11 by 14 is my portrait work, my pencil portrait work. It's 75, unless it is extremely detailed and you want a lot of stuff in it, then I'll go up. Because that means I'm spending, I mean, it's time. My drawings take a lot of time. I hope you're not hearing the glue gun fart. It's farting. It burns. Yeah, just if you're interested, if anybody's interested in like the signs, I have a whole like showcase of them upstairs. Um, I think at the last event I sold two, which is really cool. Um, yeah. Yeah. Chicken. Buck, buck, buck. Chicken. Chicken usually. Oh, there it goes. I mean, I would flash Aristotle in everybody's face because the book is right over here. No problem. Yeah, so I urge everybody who's into spiritual stuff to really look at the Curtis book readings. that I've done in the past, excuse me, not just the ones that I've just been reading. Uh, the majority of their books are very on point, and I like it. I read it with everybody. It's like doing a music, like when people do music reviews on YouTube and you're listening to the song for the very first time. I'm doing that with books for the most part. Some books I've read, most of them I haven't. I'm reading it with everybody. So like my reaction is authentic when reading books. Coming to you live in a video. So like paintings like that, I would charge 100 because there's epoxy in that. Epoxy is really expensive right now. Um, I usually get it in 2 gallons, the A and the B, and I get a specific brand because I have had brands yellow on me. So some of the necklaces I made from like 2, 3 years ago, because I started this a long time ago, were yellowing, and that didn't even hit the sunshine. It just no oxidated, and I'm like, So I had to go find epoxy that wasn't gonna yellow, and I found something, but it's not cheap. Not cheap at all. Mm. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just hate burning myself. I think I know why I have freckles. I was burned to death. Probably why I came out as an Aries this lifetime. Because I got fire and fury within me. I'm gonna let that sit. What I'm really gonna do is put this this black ribbon around it so it hides that. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. This is why upstairs like prompted me like, yeah, you can read your books. That's great. Really informative stuff needs to happen. But upstairs was like, well, if you want other people to be creative and use their creative brain, and however that works for you, if you're music, if you're a poet, if you like just it doesn't you don't need a degree like I have. You don't to be an artist. You don't need a degree. I got one because I wanted to teach it. And that's not really, it might happen. We're crossing my fingers. I might be able to get an art teaching position next year. Um, putting putting that out in the universe, if it's meant to happen, it will happen. But that's why I got my degree. And my parents forced me to go to school. I tried going to trades, I tried going into welding, I tried the electrician. No, I didn't do electrician. I did the elevator repair union, welding. I forgot what the other one was. But I failed the physical because I had rheumatoid arthritis and none of them wanted to take me on. This is why I another reason why I bought this house. Upstairs is the living quarters for the most part. My bedroom that I never sleep in is down here. I'm on my second floor, like my bottom floor. This is my office, but it's open, so I have my copper pyramid and all my gems. Then I have a section where I do my oracle card readings, and then I have the epoxy station. So I have a big open space down here for all my art stuff. So I I put that in my mind that that's like if I'm gonna like when I moved, I made a manifestation and said to myself, well, you're gonna get a house where you're gonna be able to create. You're gonna have the space large enough to create. My house is nothing but windows that need all to mostly be replaced, but I need that light when I'm painting and doing my work. I got the perfect house for that. I like oil painting, but oil painting is expensive. Expensive. And I don't get oil paint unless it's on sale or I have a really good coupon. Because I have a whole box of like on my chair over here. I have a whole box of it, but I only get the paint and the colors that are on sale. I'll work with it. I can make color. I mean, I mean, this is my protective pyramid because I have the tourmaline, but I have copper in there. But my other ones, Poopy, I dropped the light. See, I have the crystal quartz wrapped with copper wire, with copper, and then in the aluminum that I have, I also have silver, little tiny shreds of silver in there. And this one's obsidian, white. No, that's not that. That's blue Chardonnay, I want to say. I have kyanite, I have blue goldstone, selenite, I have a copper in there, and then I have the bottom. And in some of them, I actually layer more epoxy, so there's a mirroring effect on the epoxy. So it appears to be bigger, but it's not. Um, this one on the bottom has tiger's eye. And then I have more stuff. And in a lot of these in the middle, I have in the middle, I have shungite, tourmaline, black obsidian to absorb the negative. So that's this one. There's no way that's going back over there. Here, just to show you a size difference. Sorry, my fat ass. This is a large one. This is a medium one. This one has to be about 5 to 6 pounds, and this one's like 4. They're heavy, but they're all packed with gems. Oh, and these are lighter, but there's bigger gem geodes in there. It has more visibility. So I have different plethoras of types of pyramids. And then these are the smalls. I have small ones. And even though this one is, I need to shave this down like by a ton. These are the mini baby ones. But unfortunately, the mold that I had warped, and a lot of the gems didn't sit in the mold properly. So this one, I don't usually sell these. I keep them for myself. Or if someone wants something imperfect and wants a rocky bottom, they can have it. I if I already pre-made them, I can hold the intention in the pyramid before I send it for anything, as long as it works with the properties of the gems that you chose or that you like. I can always set the intention in the crystal quartz. Oh, chalk art is amazing. Um, I have obnoxious people with souped up cars. I don't know if you heard that. Um, I that's this one right here, that pyramid is the very, very first pyramid I ever tried. And I thought it was huge until I got the other molds and I'm like, this is great, but it's really expensive. Um, so I try to do everything within moderation and keep everything within cost effective, meaning that other people can afford it. I need energy exchange because I do have to buy the materials, but at the same time, I am not ripping anybody off because I've seen people sell pyramids that have layers of color in it for $350. Wait, what? If your stuff has color epoxy in it, which is beautiful, don't get me wrong, I'm not about dissing anybody else's work. And you're only getting little layers of gems that someone got for wholesale, and they're charging you $350, I would really think about it. If it's packed with material in it, then it's worth it. Like I used to make these wands are very hard to make. Very difficult to make. This is a wand. I don't like my wands because you could see through some of the layers. Some people don't mind it. But these are not easy to make at all. This one actually didn't come out too bad. But like each layer, it's not even sitting properly because I have a stone again. Um, each layer, I have to put the material in and let it cure. Then put in the next grouping of what, like each of these is a layer, and each layer took a day to do in order for it to dry properly and not get so, and a lot of the resin with gems or anything, you can get holes, air pockets. Doesn't matter how much heat or air. I have a heater on when I'm pouring for the less of the bubbles, but sometimes bubbles do occur. It's hard because of the materials that you're using. So I do a lot. So deplorable. You can do it right. Give yourself some compassion. Say tomorrow. When I got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, I had to let go of the idea that things had to be done today because my body was not cooperating with me 98% of the day. I was able to once in a while get up to go to the bathroom, but anything other than going and just doing my own needs, picking up a pencil, reading a book, even going to work. There are things that I had to say, oh, it's not meant to happen today. Laundry, it's going to happen tomorrow. And just be okay with it. You have to give yourself some compassion. You just had a traumatic, even though it's not trauma based, but it's a traumatic event that happened today in your life. I had to give myself that same grace when Odin passed. I took the next day off. I had to sit and do some inflection and heal. So that was traumatic. Waking up 4:45 in the morning to a cat that's dying. Not easy. And having to transcend him and then taking them to the vet to get cremated. That was fucked up. Oh, so for the pyramids, Roger. So obviously, little Freya loves laying by my pyramids when she's not upstairs having fun with little Thor and sleeping. Um, this helps. So gems absorb or release energy. It's crystallized energy frequency. All gems have different properties and different meanings and different things behind them spiritually. But each of the gems, depending on what I'm making and what the purpose is for, like this one's absorption and protection, and also enhancement. I have pyrite in there. I got some shungite in there. Like each crystal has a different component. And when you combine it together, it soaks up energy. I have, all right, I'm gonna run to my bedroom because I have a crystal. I'll show you and give you an example. Hold on. Oh, do I have only my crystal? Do I have it over here? One example. Nope. That one's in my room. Oh, a light bulb went out. Hi, Spirit. I'm coming. I'm coming. Like I said, my room is right here. Yes, Wendy, give yourself time. I'm giving myself time. Okay. Amethyst. One of my favorites. I got this stone a very long time ago. Okay. You see the browns? It's kind of hard to see because of the glaze. No. Those browns were never there before. I also have this one. You can kind of see it a little easier. There's some browning in the stone. That was not there when I bought this. The same with this. When I worked at the YMCA in Manhattan near Trump Tower, um, a long time ago, my mom bought me an amethyst horn. She knew I liked gems and she bought me a horn. And that horn was like pure purple and white, and it was beautiful. And that gem started to get what I was didn't understand gems at the time. I was a lot younger. Interested, loved gems, collected them, but didn't get the understanding of them. And the gem started doing the same thing. It started getting what appeared to be looking dirty. And I would try to clean it and nothing came out. I happened to work with a shaman that was like, no, 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 sweetie, that's a good thing. Like, what? That the crystal's dirty? It's not dirty. It's absorbing energy. It's absorbing the negative energy around you. What? So when I put gems into the pyramids, this effect will happen within the gem itself. It's clearing and purifying your space. If I'm putting gems in there for healing and prosperity and abundance, that's the energy in the field that it's in. Wherever you put it, that's what's going to give it off. It's like an antenna. When I do the EMF protection, I put a lot of shungite in the middle so that it's absorbing in the middle and being purified from without and to above. Yeah. So the pyramids are there to not only harness and absorb the energy that is in your house, it's absorbing EMF, depending if you chose to put shungite in your pyramid, or I have one that you want that has shungite in it. It absorbs the EMF and it's also absorbing negative energy. The protection ones are doing very much the same thing. It's absorbing the negative energy and it's transmuting the energy into positive. I love amethyst. It's one of my favorite gems. Favorite. And it works really well with me because almost all of my, and this is, I forgot the exact, my brain's off. So I know my gem names. This is a particular sort of amethyst. Um, all right. Hang on. I want to take you guys with me, but I can't. I'm only going not too far away. All right. So it's getting a little late. I'll probably end it after this. Um, Hang on. Let me unplug my heating, my hot glue gun. So in my house, this is black tourmaline. I have this at almost every entry into my house. Like bigger than this. This is sitting on my gem altar. I have an altar with a copper small pyramid. And I put all my gems and I rearrange and grid them differently depending on my feelings. But this is a huge absorption zone. And then I have selenite. Love my selenite. I have a lamp in my room. And even my fluorite, this is fluorite. Not so much in the greens, but the purples, I also have discoloration in there. I don't have those big geodes or big, huge chunks. This is like as big. I mean, I have a huge chunk of this. upstairs at my front door with selenite. Upstairs, I mean, my whole house is gemmed. There's not 1 inch of my house. Every room has, even where the cats, the cremation, my whole cat room, there's gems on right along on the shelves. I have gems there. Every room has gems. The only plate, and my kitchen is the first thing you walk into in the house. So my entryway is all gemmed. The kitchen doesn't really have to have anything. I have hanging stuff, but nothing crazy. And then my workspace and my kitchen table, I have like little stuff. But my pyramids are down here. Freya cat loves to lay in between my pyramids. And before she knocked my copper pyramid, my meditation pyramid, like those huge ones, I have to figure out how to get that to stay up without her knocking it down. Um, when I got it, they copper lined it wire wise on the bottom. So it's movable, and they gave me the joints, but there was nothing to joint it into. So I have to figure that out. I might need to buy copper, but she knocked it down, so it's on the floor. But she loves staying under there too. I love clear quartz. That's why my Merkaba, I only take this off when I shower. This is I don't take this off ever unless the string breaks and I have to restring it. That is very true. I had to take Wednesday off. Right? And even if that's just you honoring your baby, you'll be okay. And your reactions seem to, like, you seem fine, but your reactions probably are subconscious. So give yourself some compassion and take time. I had to take Wednesday off because my thoughts were not collected. I was not grounded. I'm way better now, but I still have some processing to do. So don't beat yourself up over that. We're getting there. There's some progress. I got some stuff done today. Not what I I got two things Moz poshed, and I got some string. My crafting is sort of not crafting, but it's getting there. But I don't mind because I get to chill out with you guys and talk spiritual and gem fun and be creative, and that's what we're needing for this new world. We need everybody, and being creative doesn't mean to pick up a paintbrush and paint or to craft. It's also building houses. It's also like Roger, you do fantastic stuff. Like this is the creativity that we need to be putting out into the ether, into the world. When we don't focus on the who did what game and who's playing a role and who's wearing a mask and why, who, what, where, when, why in the 3D sense, right? And you're just being creative, you're being you're being authentic, you're getting out of the hate, shame, blame game because it's no longer serving you. listen, you're saying earlier, I don't condone the actions of people who harm others. But I also know that it's still God playing itself out the way it needs to, and I should not be judging that. As much as I want things to stop, I'm trying to manifest that stop. Right? I think collectively we're all trying and energetically really focusing and honing in on what we really want for ourselves to move forward and not allowing the loop. We've been in a loop. We've been looping. Why? Because we keep manifesting for them. When you're able to take the eagle eye view and sit at the higher frequency of thinking, you're still on a wavelength, you're still going to have bad and good days. But when you can see the viewpoint from up here and you see the reasoning for all things that occur, you might not agree with it, but it still has to occur for other people. And again, stop judging. You detach your emotional state from it. You don't have to point your finger anymore to know that someone's doing harm. Now, how do you transmute that harm? By shifting your reality to a place where there is no harm that exists. But if you're perpetually, continuously feeding the hate and going on the train of hate, attaching your emotional state to the hate, you're perpetuating their side. You're feeding them their manifestation, and you're not manifesting your thought forms. You're manifesting theirs because you're still sitting in hatred and judgment, and they're feeding off of that energy. You're perpetuating it. And that's real energy work. That's not something that I made up because I have a bias. Look at how energy is magnetized. Look at magnetism. Look at the quantum states of things. Once you understand the concepts, you don't need to understand the math. I don't fucking understand the math. I don't. But I know I'm no longer manifesting the realm of fuckery that they're manifesting. Yes, it does, but there's a lot of hypocrites out there. Let me see if I can find it before I end. Did I save it? People who skip their shadow work and go straight to love and light are some of the most emotionally abusive and unsafe people I've ever come across. Parading as light while having no experience in navigating the darkness is a confabulation. And there's a lot of people who will give you the love and light bull crap without ever having touched their ego or their shadow death or their shadow work. And yet they are preaching death, destruction, and then saying love and light. They're false. They haven't done the spiritual work to be able to say love and light and actually understand what that actually means. A lot of people want to say things because it feels good. It draws people. It has the illusion that they're good people. I'm not saying these are people that are bad or doing harmful things, They're just using a spiritual terminology without understanding the impact of what, when you walk it, talk it, and emote it and integrate it, you mean it. Your words hold weight. And as humans, we tend to have a problem about labeling everything and giving something a name and giving something a label to it. That's how we perceive reality, by labeling. You have a name, you have an identity. This is a selenite stone. So we know there's differentiation in all things, even though everything is one. We have to label to have an understanding in our human conception. That's not going to go away until we become light beings. When people say love and light, and they say the next word, oh, but all the blue button people need to be disposed of, you're not love and light. Why we don't hear our favorite person ever saying love and light. That's why he's authentic. That's right, Wendy. That's right. I have been to the abyss, stared in it, was in it, and I'm young. I'm not, I mean, I'm in my midlife now. But in my earlier years, and I've done the work. Even the last 3 years since I started this channel, you can go back. I was hangry. I was a hangry CUNT. See you next Tuesday. I stopped blaming and shaming and judging others. I see source in all things now. Legitimately, I integrated it. It's not just saying it to say it. I integrated that. When you can integrate it and walk your authentic truth, just do you authentically, then you could say love and light. It actually holds weight and it means something more than when I say blessings, I really mean it. And I'm really projecting it when I'm saying it. It's not just say it just to say hi. It's blessings. I hope you're feeling blessed today. I don't care what the inverted word is, be less. That's not my intention to say that. I'll give you a humble hello. How's that? Because I have some haters out there. People I thought that actually were nice people, and that's a paradigm they want to explore. That's fine with me. But people do go behind my back. I know this for a fact because it's reported back to me. And people say some very damning and horrible projections of falsehoods about me to other people. I know this for a fact. I'm not stupid. I don't need it. I don't care. You go project your lies and your falsehoods. Unless you know me to know me to know me in person, you can only conjecture, right? That's right, deplorable. Yes, it's true. There are a lot of people, and this goes for anybody, right? Especially the people that are putting themselves out there. You're always going to have people that go that need to feed drama, that create drama and gossip, that things are skewed. It's like sending somebody a text and breaking up with them. But if you talk to them and give your heart out, you're not sounding like a fucking horrible asshole when you do it in person. When people are writing about me and delay and relaying information that is only hearsay and conjecture of their own bias, I've had to mitigate a lot of fucked up crap behind the scenes in the last 3 years getting involved in the movement. That's why I don't really I put myself behind the scene. I do a lot. I have done a lot, and I had to retract myself because there is a lot of inauthentic people that are have horrible things. I don't want to be a part of your horrible things. Why is my name in your mouth? If you have nothing nice to say, why are you saying it? You can hold it. Look, I could be the devil in someone's story. I am the devil in many people's stories. I am. That's not a lie. That's the truth. I am the devil in someone's story. I am not going to be everybody's cup of tea. I don't need to be. It's as easy as ignoring or clicking off. But putting falsehoods out there, are you really walking your authentic path, or are you obsessed with creating drama that doesn't need to be there? That is absolutely correct, Roger. Absolutely 100% right there. I'm somebody that used to go into chats, not just in one particular one, but in a bunch of them, and be a moderator because I'm like, hello, why are you fighting? There's bigger fish in the sea to fry right now. There's more energy to transmute right now. Why are you wasting your time on this petty crap? Because you're obsessed with it? Because this is consuming your brain like CNN syndrome. I stopped obsessing on topics, period. If I'm interested in something, I'm going to go all about it. I'm going to go all in, but it's not going to overrun my life. You still have to live your everyday life. Rudolf Steiner says this in one of his books. I started reading it and I put a pause on it. But he says this, your spiritual path is going to be walked regardless. You being a good human being is going to be done with the work that you're doing with your spiritual work. But you still have to wake up every day, brush your teeth, take a shower, clean your house, do your laundry. You still have tasks that you cannot ignore in your everyday 3D life. And when you allow things to rent space up in your mind, allow it to consume your mind, that is where the problem lies. It's a beautiful thing to want information. It's a beautiful thing. It's amazing the wisdom that we can gain, but we gain wisdom by having experiences. And that's living your everyday life. You have to go out and you have to live your life. If you don't live your life, are you really fulfilling more of your mission? I know I had to get this job at the school. My mission is to be hands-on with children. This is my other mission, is to channel higher-ended information and bring it to everybody clearly, and doing it creatively. My next door neighbor is going out and fixing heaters. That's his mission. You can work at a grocery store. That's your mission because you're holding frequency and spreading out unconscious light to people. It doesn't matter in what way your mission unfolds. It's going to unfold regardless, and it's going to unfold in your everyday life. You judge yourself. That's a beautiful thing because we're all God. We all judge ourselves when we go upstairs and we are given our life review. That's a true thing. We all sit and judge ourselves because we are part of source. Nothing outside is judging you. Your guides upstairs, your other selves up there in the higher densities, they're cheering you on. You make a mistake in life, you go off your path, they're still cheering you on. They're gonna try to get you back on task, but they're not looking at you and going, "Oh, that asshole down there, that's my other self." What are they doing? They're not doing that. They're like, okay, they chose to have the longer choiced experience. Guess what? They're hot. They're saluting you. They're like, okay, this is what we chose. Great. They're not judging you. Your other selves are cheering on. We're the ones that judge ourselves. We're like, oh, wow, did I really do that? Well, I wish I didn't do that. When you get upstairs and you're now looking back at your 3D life. Okay, that was in my contract, cool, but I could have done that a little better. Or I could have projected that easier and less harsh, right? We all learn through experience. All things are experience. All things are lessons and challenges to show us how empowered we can be. We're very powerful beings. We will only know that when you go within and do the work and unfold the layers. It's an unfoldment. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not going to happen when if the flash, it might happen for you. It might, it's not happening for me. And for those people that those things are set in stone, that's okay. Those people that are not there, I'll equate it to this. I got a portal above me. We all experienced Lemuria and Atlantis. That's why we have a lot of collective memories. When we talk about it, we resonate with it somehow, some way we don't really know. Most of us, one or the other. And it was over a plethora of time that we go back to those two places here on Earth. We never ascended. Most of us have ascended and went back to source a million times. We did the dance a few times, okay, in the span of a very, very long time. Others have not. We, at those point in junctures in time space, never ascended. We reincarnated, incarnated in different paradigms to play out different roles, to play out different experiences, to know and to evolve. It wasn't our time. The people who are meant to witness the shift will witness it and learn from it, but they're going to repeat their density. And we have to give them as much compassion as possible. They're repeating. They're not ready yet. Most of the children are going to take lifetimes, meaning they're going to live a full life, pass on, and come back, pass on, come back. This is not some flash of light and we're in we're on Octorus. That's awesome, Roger. Yes, guys, yes. All of us right now are being the models for the children. We're being the role models. We're being the examples. We're holding the frequency for them. If we want to keep perpetuating the loop, we're going to perpetuate the hate. We're going to keep blaming and shaming. If we want to move this bitch forward, we're going to create the reality for them to live in. And if we're lucky, we're going to live a little bit of that life with them. Energy transcends. Many people on their way out, or even the animals are going to become the new humans. They're moving up in density too. All the entities that are channeled are also graduating. They're moving up as well. It's not just an Earth thing. This is a galactic thing. This is why everybody's focused on Earth. Because we're doing the hardest part of it. We're in the Master Series class. We're not in kindergarten. This is not easy. This was not ever meant to be easy. That's why we were chosen, our soul group, our oversouls, the Ascended Masters chose this fractal of your soul to sit individualized in a body to do this work because it knew you can handle it. I have to remind myself of that because life is not easy. This is not easy for any of us. I even have to remind myself. We need to empower. The more you guys speak about your experiences and what you see and how you are feeling and how you're moving along with the energies, and these are not easy energies to be moving through. All of this stuff is going to help and give a permission slip to other people to do the same. If I'm your permission slip, I'm happy to be that, to speak your authenticity, to speak your experiences, to get it out of you. The more of us who speak it, the more of us who get it out, the more it's going to be accepted. The more the shift will start happening because more people will give themselves the empowerment to say, well, why should I hold that back? I'm going to talk about the alien abduction I had when I was 5. If you're doing that for other people, that's freaking fantastic. That's what's needed. Give yourself the permission slip to be your authentic self. That's why I do what I do. I've had a lot of experiences at a very young age. Sucks. But I'm able to discuss this and be free and open with it so that I can give you guys a permission to open up and explore. And everybody's going to have everybody's at a starting point in some facet of their life. When most of us get to 3, the highest octave of 3, and transcend to 4 physically, we're going to start off all over again in new experiences. We have a whole new contract to fulfill. We're still bouncing between 3 and 4. We're consciously, most of us, consciously thinking thoughts. 5, 6 already. Some of us are on seventh and eighth density thinking, consciousness. Not many, but a very small fraction of people are. And a lot of us right now feel like we're Yeshua. I know I do. Trying to make sense to people, the non-duality, get out of duality, try to start thinking in a non-dualistic way. Stop taking things so personal. When it comes to the movements, the children, the blue button people, why are you making it so personal? Stop. If it's not affecting you in your everyday life, yeah, the bigger picture stuff is taxes, money, financial. Okay. But if it's not affecting you, is it really happening? Is it really happening the way they're saying it is? All is an illusion. Go read the law of one. Just because they tell you it's happening, does it mean it's happening? Think about that. They could fuck with you just as like they could fuck with us. The paradigm of the CNN syndrome, those people really believed that I not doing that was going to kill them. They believed it. They believed it. Did it really happen? Is what they're telling you really happening? Or is it an illusion to get at your feelings? I'm not saying that the things happening in DUMBs aren't happening. I know that they're happening. But is it to the extent of where it is? And again, it's God's will. It's a soul contract. If it didn't happen, would you be awake? The scales of Libra are shaking. Yes. Yes. All of us need to share. Like I said, I create my own reality. I live my life by my own path. I carved out for myself. No one else can walk my path or do me. I have to do me. I have to be the star of my movie. Those who resonate, those who understand where I'm coming from, their reality might be a little different, but there's similarities there. Right? I don't expect anybody to follow non-duality and divine neutrality. That's not an easy path to take. That's a difficult path to even fucking stomach. But once you get it, you start seeing things differently and you start expanding more rapidly. That's just my opinion. You don't have to go that route. You can go any route you want. The idea is exploring. Everybody's going to be sharing in their own time their experiences. And it doesn't need to be like, oh, I saw a ghost or I saw an alien. Like, what are you feeling? How do you see the world? Because we don't all see it the same way. We're not supposed to. We all have our own opinions. You don't have to go along with it. My whole purpose is for you to go here. right? You don't align with it. You don't have to be nasty about it. Oh, right? You don't have to, you don't have to get to that state. You just say, oh, okay, no, that's not for me. Okay, it's gonna go over there. Then you give it love. Bye. Right? You don't have to be nasty about it. Just like, I don't agree with that. Okay, cool. Find the things that you align with. Don't allow CNN syndrome to happen to you. And that's on both sides. Hi, Kurt. That's both sides that does that. It's not just one side. How do we really know, like, the fake World War III? Oh, but the other people are going to think it's really going to happen. Okay, so that could happen in any psyop imaginable. So what about the fight with the kids? I'm not saying it's not happening. I know it is. But to the extent and to the extreme, I don't know. Psyops happen on both sides, not just on the one side. You don't put your faith in. That's why I'm I'm neutral. Because I see both sides playing out and I see the inversions and the programs and the narratives on both sides. Once you see the programming, I don't choose the Elon Musk carbon, that show that I keep telling everybody to watch, Altered Carbon. That's not my paradigm. I'm the Christ conscious paradigm. And I'm going to experience that paradigm. The people who are very stuck in the Bible or in their book, they're going to experience their out in that way. Everybody's going to go to their paradigms. And that's really the shift that Dolores Cannon and Bashar are talking about, is the fading away of things that no longer serve your highest good. And we're all looking to see which path. Right now, it's the path of choosing what you want. Do you want that Neuralink inside of you? Some people do. That's their paradigm to walk. Don't judge it. The Bible people, they're going to want to go out in Revelations and have the apocalypse. Great. That's what they're going to experience. The same with the Norse. They want Ragnarok. That's what you're going to experience. You might not perceive it because it's not your experience to perceive. They will. That's right. I'm neutral. And sure, my ideologies, the things that I align with, are more on a conservative side. But I also have things on the other side that I perceive. I see God in all things. So I know people that have transitioned into another gender. They're very good people. Their soul, it's a test from source. I'm not talking about the people who are aggrandizing the trans people, but I know people that have transitioned. And I tapped into their energy. Literally, their soul came in the wrong, like, they have a female soul that came into a male body. That is a real thing. I worked amongst many children that had two parents of the same sex. Their parents were amazing parents. They did not harm those kids. And they're taking on the role of a feminine to a masculine to make the balance of that work. So the kid grows up knowing both, not just two of the same. So there are extremes in all things. But when we talk about the topic in itself, it's generalized, and we should not be doing that because not every gay person is okay with the agendas being steered into society. Not every person that's trans is vile and is harming kids. Not every blue button person like myself, I don't equate to it, but my family, I have a Jewish last name. So should I be trained off and sent off to a faraway land because that happened to be my last name? Should my family be hung? They're good people. They're not doing anything to harm anybody. So you see when it's generalized, how harmful that can be. When you hone it in and say, oh, those, okay, those people need to be dealt with. That's different. But I can no longer hate my other selves for having an experience that Source is having through them. They're there to wake us up. They're there for our experience. They're there to show us what we do not prefer. We don't prefer that. We already know that is not what we prefer. But we are stuck in the not preferredness. We're looping it. We're allowing it to continuously manifest because we're stuck there on his story and we're not creating the now moment. We're not merging with the higher timeline. We're jumping to timelines. We're not staying there for long because more and more people are starting to get a hint. But it's us who are holding this space for these timelines to dilate, to jump to. We are the anchors from heaven to earth. We're the ones helping the merge happen. If we're stuck perpetually looping in negativity and feeding hate, we're not contributing to that merger. This is why it's really important. This is why I stress this every time I'm live. It's not to ridicule anybody that still is in that paradigm. I'm not ridiculing them. I'm not even judging them. I love them and I give them so much compassion because they will see it at one point when their divine orchestration happens for them. Those who are in the awareness, who see the bigger picture, who understand the wavelengths and who understand magnetism, we need to merge that higher timeline. We have to bring it down a bit and we have to meet it a bit. So this can happen. And those people who are source, because we're all omnipotent, omnipresent, all the negative polarized people doing awaking, they're really helping us awake. There are souls who came to do the judge, jury, and executioner roles. That doesn't happen to be my role. My role is to transmute the energy and shift us. And that is 98% of the people in my chat. All of you guys. I'm not different. I'm not special. All of you are the same. You're listening to the information, you're absorbing it. You know your purpose is to hold the light and to bring the light. And many of you are doing a fantastic job of working on yourselves in order for that transmutation, because it has to come from within you first in order for it to manifest on the outside. If you're not dealing with your shadow, if you're not dealing with your ego, if you're not dealing with the inner turmoil that you have within, the merger is going to take a longer time. We're the anchor points. We're the bridge. Yes. We can't protect the children if we're not creating the world that they belong in. We talk about the children constantly. Are we creating the world for them to walk into? or we're perpetually manifesting the old world paradigms, thinkings, and ways for them to continue to perpetually live in. This is the important aspect of why we need to kind of drop his story. We need the history so we don't repeat it. But we can't dwell there for too long. We're not building the world for the kids. The world was looping when all of us were born. The old system looped when we were all born and came in. Think about that. The world was not made or generated differently from our parents. This is why it's key. We are here to make the actual difference for them to walk into a new paradigm. We are creating it for them. We can't create it if not enough of us are manifesting and transmuting the energy from negative to positive for these kids to walk into a positive world and polarize and positive reality. We can't do that if we're stuck here. That keeps looping. It's up to us. We are the way showers. We're the ones holding the light. We are the bridges to this new world. We want to save these kids. We have to change within. We have to change our perceptions because the way we've been thinking, I'm still waiting for the fucking change to happen. I'm still waiting. I don't care how many times a day the deck clock goes off. I don't care what 10007 says. I don't care what any of those people say. I'm fucking waiting in my New York accent. What? Oh, it's behind the scenes. It's behind the scenes. It's a cog. I don't fucking give a shit. Because the world out there still looks the same. Until I go out in my backyard and do me and be me, and I hit fifth density and I'm seeing beautiful things, I'm in my heyday. That's what I want those kids to experience. Can they experience that if we're fucking perpetuating their shit? Just saying. I'm getting passionate. We really got to hone in on self. And it's a lot of work. And it takes lifetimes. When you come to realize how many times you've been alive in a body and how many lessons you learned in each life, it's not necessary that you know it now, but understand that each and every one of you has lived a lot. And we're at the culmination point of all of it. We did this dance already. It's not a do different to be different to get different results. We see the results being the same. They're the same. Each week, each month. It didn't happen the way that someone said it did. Oh, that never happened. Oh, we keep shifting timelines. I have to go to bed too. I'll get off in a minute. Celtic strings, that is a very interesting question. Um, I don't align too much with the Urantia book, but it has a good basis for that. Yes, it's stair stepping. Like you were saying, it's a stair step. But those that are in the awareness, from what Brian Scott, Daniel Scranton, Bashar, even Dolores Cannon being channeled, Ra, Quo, Saint Germain, Thymus, all of them, they're saying all the same things, different ways of saying it. We got to focus in on ourselves. We got to do better for ourselves. That manifests on the outside of us the reality that we want to create. And if enough of us that are in the awareness start doing it and focusing and honing in on that, the greater the power, the greater the empowerment. And we're no longer manifesting their reality, we're manifesting our own. They've thrown a lot of programming in us to perpetuate their reality. That's why I'm non-dual. I cut that out. All of it. And it's still layering off out of me. As you can see, I'm under the weather. I'm allowing all of this to purge out of me. On both sides. Being authentic means no one's lying to you. You're going to speak the truth how it's needing to be spoken, not because you're saving people's ears and hearts. Tough love is tough for a damn reason. And we have not yet really, as a humanity, experienced tough love in people being authentic with truth. Sure, certain things have been hidden from humanity for a very long time. Okay, so that 1920 device that everybody's talking about, med beds, I bet you there's something 25 million times better that will never be discovered. Because they're going to hide that from you too. So oh, Ash Meyer, go to sleep. I actually have to get off myself in a minute because I also have to get to sleep. I'm usually asleep by now, but I get passionate and I gotta finish what Spirit wants me to say. And it might be I'm just checking Schumann resonance before I get off. It's quiet, which is good. Time, what an illusion. This linear shit, I can't. I can't. I'm still going through the law of one because there's some really good stuff. It's just hard to figure out wording that will make it mean something. But I definitely will do a law of one, hopefully within this week. Um, I will be putting out raffle information for the paintings. I'm probably going to do another one before then. So all my channel members get free entries into the raffles and giveaways I'm going to do. So if you're a member, you already have an in. Good for you. For those that can't afford it, I don't judge. It's all good. Um, But if you're interested, I'll leave all the information on my community tab on my YouTube channel. There was something else I was supposed to say. It escaped my mind. Okay, it's not coming to me. Whatever that was, it'll come eventually one day. um, go within, shine your light, be more vocal about your experiences. Who don't worry about what people think. I could care fucking less. I lived that way since I was a very young kid. I did me to my fullest extent and got bullied too, but it made me the strong human being that I am today. Um, be a beacon of light to others, right? You might not agree with the things I say, and that's absolutely fine. Your view of reality, what you perceive with your two eyes and even your third eye, is yours and yours alone. I'm not here to sway you. I'm not here to make a change. I'm here to help you expand your thinking. Even if it's something you don't prefer, just to think differently. Think outside of your box. Also, I want to inspire you guys to create. The more creative, and it doesn't matter what form it comes in, that's the ability that they lack. The negative entities. They don't have creativity like we do. They can't create the way that we do. So we got to hold that. And that's why I'm doing the crafting stuff. I don't like everything that I craft, but hey, I'm doing it and I might like it. Right? Yes. Yes. I'm so deplorable. I don't like to say sorry for your loss. I don't like those words. May your light meet his, if the beagle was a boy. May your lights meet again. And they will. They will. Yeah, don't be afraid to ask questions. And you might sometimes when you ask outer questions, ask the questions to yourself. Wake up in the morning and say, what do I have a goal today to achieve? Whether that is to put your shoes on or to go outside and ground or maybe take a walk. Put an obtainable goal in your path every day. Right? Some people are very limited in what they can do physically. Make sure that you can achieve something in a day. Doesn't need to be something fucking outside of your realm of doing. And give yourself praise for that. Ask yourself the why questions. I woke up today. What am I going to strive to do today? Maybe I'm great, say, hey, I'm grateful. I'm always grateful, by the way. I do a whole grateful thing every day. But can I put a smile on someone's face today? When I'm going grocery shopping, can I smile at 3 random people? You never know that your smile might change someone's energy field and put them on a better track. That's how much of an influence you can be just by a smile. The little things are huge energetically. So set some things up that you can do and obtain each and every day. Ask yourself the questions, put your energy into the field so that others can get it. And make sure you taking care of yourself. If that goal is you're going to give yourself more rest, I salute to you. If that means you're going to change your diet, you're going to exercise, or you're just going to lay with the cat or a dog on the bed, or give yourself a good cry, do it. Give yourself permission more often. Hold yourself in spirit. Hold the doggy in spirit. So, guys, sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the physical shoulder for somebody to lean on. Be the lighthouse I know all of you are. Spread that light really far and bright. Seed your truths respectfully and maturely. And it's okay if there's indifference. As long as you have an open mind, they might not. Seed gently, because we're trying to grow now the gold. We're not doing the weeds no more. So some things take time and patience. We are weathering a storm. And I'm sending you so much healing. Hang on. Wendy, I'm sending you especially healing and protective energy. May your light meet your babies again. I hope everybody has a blessed and beautiful day. Have a blessed and beautiful night. Check out some of my other videos. Wait for the information. If you're interested in anything, go to my website. Email me. My email will at the end of this video I'll drop all the information so that you can get in contact with me if you need to. I do have a full-time job. I do wake up at 5 a.m. So I do and will get around to those emails. Just I'm one person. I'm a one-man band. Exactly. See you later, or I'll see you in your other form. Like earlier, my parents were here. They put the tears in my eyes. They make me well up. So guys, until the next one, I will be live on Friday. So I hope to see you all on Friday. I did get some crafting in, not a lot, but hopefully next time I have more to do. But thank you all for joining me tonight. It's a blessing to have all of you. And I hope to see you all in the next one. Have a beautiful and blessed day.